is coming out to see the peoples.
Oh, I think I'm
Look at him.
live. I don't know if it's working.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Hi, Holly. Hello. Good
Yeah, he's a
morning.
little guy.
This is a little guy.
He's a little guy.
Such a small little man. Look at his voice. He's like, Mom, I'm big now, so you can absolutely get me a mate. That's fair now.
That's why he grew. Just that reason. No other
Yeah.
reason.
Mm. Hello. Hi.
Oh wait, right, I gotta make posts. He's so
Hello.
small. Him.
You're very
Look at
friendly.
him.
What'd you say?
I said, look at him.
Isn't he so cute? Yeah. I'm very blessed to have him.
Chaos said Jew, all caps.
Hi, Chaos. My parents went to see the Odyssey, and as I predicted, it's not a very good movie because I was just like, there is no way to condense that story in like 3.5 hours. You can't do it. Like, hi.
Say it for a mind.
Tell her what this.
Yeah.
What'd
Oh,
you say?
Holly is peeking out of his hide
Yeah,
and looking at Jew.
it's coming out. It's very cute. Anyways, what were you saying about that?
About what? Should have
Oh,
made
you
the
said something.
Odyssey cinematic universe.
No, my thing, exactly what I said was like this needed to be like a Netflix series. It cannot work as a movie. It can't. Like, why would you take the epic tale of history, the long journey, the long tale, and be like, I can make that shorter. It's literally called the long tale, right? Mm.
Me when the tail is
Oh,
long.
they're here. There we go. Hold
Uh-oh. Oh, wait, what? Oh, they're here. Okay, yeah, she's getting picked up for a dinner. Hopefully all goes well. So wish her luck. But yeah. Let's see. I gotta make a post in my own server. There you go. You're melting. Why are you melting? What happened? Melting isn't healthy. Oh, don't forget to refreeze your maple leaf or else they Okay. I will hydrate. Just give me a second. Um, I'm gonna launch the game, and while that's launching in the background, I gotta go put some stuff away, so I'll be right back. Yeah, I'm hydrating, I'm hydrating, I'm hydrating. Okay. I'm sneakily hydrating with apple juice. That's fine, right?
取りました。ただの記録です。気にしないでください。
Okay. Do all the last few things that I gotta do. Oh, cheetah.
おー、飼育員じゃん。
I'm gonna keep using Chan for this.
いいんですか。
Alright. There's the food done. Drink. We've already done her personal drink. Ugh. Okay. What she likes. Okay. Look, I just collected this plant specimen. It glistens in the sunlight. Have you taken up collecting plants as a hobby in addition to shopping? Well, these specimens often contain stories about the person who found them.
確かに。
I do find collecting these stories more fulfilling than simple shopping trips. Well then. There's all her stuff. Let's see. Okay. Okay. Wait, hold on. Yeah, here you go. 2 more days and I get this. And another month and then I can get one of these for free. Gonna be a while. I'm gonna try to finish the event today, if I'm lucky. Oh wait, there is something else I gotta do too. $34, about 94, and humid because rain this morning. Oh, I'm so sorry. Uh-oh. Here's work. And so once we're done with all this, it's off to, you know, what's it called? I can't think right now. Brain's not working. Brett, wait, why isn't it working? I have it on. Oh, okay, it is working. It is working. Never mind. I was confused. I saw that you were saying bread with the cursed language, so I was concerned. Cursed brain. Okay, I see how it is. I see how it is. I've been thinking if I should watch videos while I do this kind of thing, but maybe not the best idea, just in case. Almost done. I do remember there's some stuff I forgot to get in the shop, I'm pretty sure. Let me double check. Oh yeah, hold on. Oh, this is important. Very important. More tickets. More! I do have to check. Let me do this first. Outfit select voucher. Still 151 days. Okay, good. I did. Okay, yeah, I did. I gotta do these. I gotta worry about the event first and foremost. I do not have much time for it. I'm gonna push as hard as I can to finish the event. I will still take a break just so I actually can do it. But yeah. Here real quick. End of conclusion. Oh jeez, did I ever help G with inverse cipher? I don't think I did. Okay, there's still some time. Should still be able to send her the videos for it. Hold on, I've been messaged to do something real quick. Give me a second. I'm doing this fast. Or trying to, hold on. Just making sure this is the right. Okay, it is. Okay. Let's focus on finishing this. Hold on. What? Okay, there we go. It's honored to meet you, Miss Liushih. Name's Pavel Smolin, one of the many merchants who greatly benefited from your efforts to protect Cliffwatch Town. The reason for my visit today is none other than to acquire your quadrupedal carriers for my PMC's business needs. Sorry, Mr. Powell. As Cliffwatch Town's co-founder, I would very much like to meet your needs, but Dilu and the other steeds as well are already like family to us Winged Cavaliers. Family? Doll talking about family, don't make me laugh. Are you done talking? Leave if you don't have anything worthwhile to add. Please tell me you can at least compute just how wasteful your actions are, right? Those are weapons. They're meant for the battlefield. Yet you're using them as nothing more than delivery bikes and rescue dogs. This is more than simply squandering the potential of a new technology. What you're doing is spitting in the face of its creator. Do you feel ashamed of that? To some extent, maybe you're right, Mr. Pebble. But even those menial tasks you look down on still need to be done by someone. With Dilu's help, we Winged Cavaliers can respond to crises and carry out various rescue missions flexibly. There are simply no walkers more efficient or stable than the steeds in mountainous terrain, so I'm afraid I cannot grant you your request. How about this? I can provide the Winged Cavaliers with helicopters in exchange for temporarily leasing just the one prototype unit. Maybe dolls, but we wouldn't trade our family for anything else, either. Miss Liushih, dolls are usually pretty good with numbers. I assume that applies to you as well. Sorry, but I might be the one exception who's bad with math. And what about this figure? You consider this a good offer? I can't. You should really take your leave, Mr. Pavel. You won't get what you want from either of us. This isn't about money. We don't have any monetary issues now, and we won't in the future. Pegasus. What did you say? I said those steeds are called Pegasus. Anyway, I get it. I'll come back with more funds for my next visit. You're really good at doing business, Miss Liushih. Goodbye. Good at doing business? Me? I feel like I just made Mr. Pavel even angrier. You just can't take no for an answer. Don't take it to heart. Riding on ATVs assembled by the Winged Cavaliers mechanics, Liushih and Liushih catch up to Phelan by sunrise. Latter had already scaled down the cliff, scanning for traces left by Dilu. Fox made it. I've lost contact with the War Master and the strategist. I don't know if the signal is jammed or something else happened. Oh, hold on. Oh, hold on. I saw the things that she's looking for. She wants the Disney pictures. I just scrolled past them a little bit ago. Hold on. Forward. That's the first batch. Second batch. Uh, you know what? Hold on. Let me reply. Here and above. Let's see. Oh, of course things are already off to a totally fantastic and great start for Jiu on that dinner. They're not letting her bring the wheelchair because of course they're not. Because why would they, right? Flashman, I've lost contact with the War Master and Strategist. I don't know if the signal's jammed or something else happened. Maybe that Mr. Powell was really up to something. Liushih, I've marked all the tracks Data left along the way. Thank you so much, Phelan. This heading does lead to Mr. Powell's area of activity. Let's hope it's just a coincidence. On the Pegasus hoof tracks, the group veers into an inconspicuous fork in the path. Before long, the dolls discover a small base hid on the mountain path. Could this be the Demon King's fortress? It appears there's movement by the entrance. Let me see. Villain raises her zoom level and focuses on the writhing shapes in the shadows. They've got lots of patrol units in front of the base. Scouts, standard gates, the whole 9 yards. Seems to be all it's Angus ferry machine, similar to what Mr. Pavel had earlier. Especially would say he's acting real suspicious right now. Do why Mr. Pavel's obsessed with Dilu if he can get his hands on so many combat automatons. How was he able to remotely control her? Flexman, you believe this can be traced back to that server we handed over? Or perhaps something the War Master did? I think so. I think just adds up. Makes less sense if this is all coincidence. Liushih, all those combat automatons that Mr. Pavel has, while they are numerous, they are also pretty common. Meanwhile, not even Griffin's database has any info on Dilu and her kin. As of a one-of-a-kind prototype, she must be extremely valuable. Says he was willing to trade a dozen military-grade doll frames just for that server. He must have been expecting profit. Profit. Mr. Pavel offered me higher and higher quotes back then, but I didn't believe he was doing all that just for profit. Simple. We simply apprehend him, make him surrender to the War Master and Strategist, then beat the truth out of him. Right, the War Master and Strategist Liushih keeps mentioning. Are they also our Griffin comrades? They are a Singvis doll found by the Commander. They weren't active back during the Griffin days. They are actually two minds inside the same body, but neither of them is a bad person. Oh dang it, my internet. Alright. The series still found by Master and the Commander. They weren't active back during the Griffin days, and they are actually two minds inside the same body, but neither of them is a bad person. Seems very dull. The Dilu's design contains lots of Sanguis tech. Now think about it, why did we even find Dilu here in Cliffwatch Town? Just as Liushih dives into thought, Phelan suddenly raises a hand, signaling for the two to drop to the ground. Their sensors return several proximity mines that the dolls are far too familiar with. Phelan quickly marks their positions and those of additional turrets and surveillance cameras. Going the long way would consume much time. Foxmaid in general, beware of the things that go bump in the night. Tushinaz heads up. The two dolls are also locked onto the patrolling scouts and diner gates. Security level is really high. It's almost airtight. Judging by his force's deployment, they've got heavy weapons set up on high ground and reserve units held in positions. Such a meticulous defense can only mean Mr. Powell's got some military expertise. Your suspicions have been proven. That Demon King and those brigands here are truly in leagues. Liushih nods, acknowledging Dushinaz's speculation. Also, dang it, sorry. Excuse me. Okay. I'm doing the leg stretching thing. Also, I want you to know, despite me forgetting to do it on stream, I did do the arm day off stream. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Listen, I do enough squats and crouching and all the leg stuff and the arm stuff at work. So I need to do completely unrelated different things if I'm gonna be doing exercise during streams. Anyway, let's update Jisoo and the Winged Cavaliers with the coordinates first. This area seems to be jammed as well. As Liushih operates her terminal, several dark muzzles protrude from the position above, aimed directly at her head. Flashes erupt with crimson glare, all directed at the dolls. Watch out, General! Started, Liushih stares at Dushana. The latter calmly shoulders her rifle, clearly used to situations like this. Liushih, you hurt? I'm fine. Pretend, get ready to return fire. What about sit-ups? I can't really do sit-ups. That's the problem. I need to find something I can do that's like an ab-related exercise, but I can't really do sit-ups in the limited space I have. Also, sit-ups aren't that great. I need to figure out something else I can do though with the limited space that I got.
Yokai.
If they're on to exchange fire, Liushih's group successfully destroys all automatons at the forefront. However, more and more firepower pours out from the position above. This aggressive barrage forces the dolls to repeatedly fall back, ultimately retreating behind cover. Is there no end to this? Worst part is we don't even know what's inside the base. We might be walking straight into a trap if we blind rush in. Even though the hero fears not adapting to our foes for our mana, is all consumed is of utmost prudence. General, now is the time to take action. It's alright, we already achieved what we're here for. Understanding the engagement earlier that all the reinforcements came from the rear of the right flank. That area looks to be the most heavily defended. There, General? Bishop now quickly marks a spot in the terminal. Yes, that's probably where their warehouse is. Even though I'd very much like to take Dulu back now, a frontal assault with just the three of us is not ideal. Looks like we need to draw something up before we go in. While Liushih, Phelan, and Dushev are attempting to infiltrate Pavel's base, a group of men is on their way toward the Winged Cavalier's outpost. The leader is none other than Pavel, followed by his subordinates driving vehicles, towing mortars, and other heavy weapons. Didn't expect you to be this amazing of a strategist, boss. Just took some notes from the Tomato Emperor's... Tomato Emperor? Impressive records in Makosh. Hide your true strength, lure the enemy in, and strike them where it hurts the most. It's indeed very effective. But by doing so, won't our base be destroyed? Can't trap dolls like Liushih forever. We can, however, distract them for, let's say, 17 to 23 hours. And that's plenty enough time. As for our base, don't you worry. A bigger, better base, even more weapons at a grand stage, will soon be ours. Following you around sure was the best choice I've ever made, boss. As expected from an heir of the White Zone. A real intellectual. I heard you got some big corpos backing. Why mingle with yellow-zoned peasants like us if that's the case? I don't think you're speaking out of turn for someone who supposedly knows as much as you do. My bad. But those dolls in the Winged Cavaliers aren't pushovers either. Can we really take over their outposts in such a short time? Fortresses like that would be tough not to crack, even with superior numbers and firepower. However, historically, many so-called impregnable fortresses have been unraveled from within. You should really pick up a book. Just do your job and watch as a new chapter in Cliffwatch's history unfolds. While Liushih, Phelan, and Dushev are planning their infiltration, the Winged Cavaliers are also gearing up for the fight. Out of safety concerns, Jisoo has shut down all their steel steeds to prevent what happened to Dulu from repeating. Fortunately, thanks to their rigorous training in various vehicles and weapons crafted by their workshop, the Winged Cavaliers are confident in the battle to come. Can't reach Liu. Is this Pavel's doing as well? Knew that rascal was up to something. I knew that rascal was up to something lately. Now he's finally gotten his way. Boss Yisu, let's storm them directly. Our big guns haven't got a chance to shine. Perfect opportunity to put up a big fireworks show. No. Liu told us not to act impulsively. Our task is to defend the outpost while they're out there scouting. We've only lost Dulu so far, so not enough to affect our overall effectiveness. Everyone get ready to... As she is about to issue orders, a message comes from the lookouts. Unit has bypassed their defenses and now right under their perimeter. The alarm blares, signaling the highest level of readiness. The Cavaliers immediately leap up and rush to their respective defensive positions. Engage! Arm yourselves! Sense of unease rapidly devours Jisoo's mind. Liu, Phelan, and Dushev, being so far out of reach, now seems like the result of deliberate trick to lure the enemy away. Compared to a situation, Jisoo is actually more worried about Liu. She fears that she won't be able to help her partner out now that she's held up defending the base. Of course, that's not the only thing bugging her. The Cavaliers never let their guards down against Pavel. Drones, radar, and various other sensors have all been purchased by Liu and meticulously maintained to Griffin standards just to keep an eye on him. By all accounts, they should have seen this invasion coming from a mile away. Commander, what should I do in a situation like this? Bone chilling sensation crawls up from the depths of Liushih's mind. She doesn't want to think about it, doesn't want to acknowledge it, but as Liushih's second in command and the outpost sole defender now, she can't dismiss the possibility that someone orchestrated all of this from within. Got a big drink this time, so I'll be good. Rousing rhythms accompany the steady hoofbeats of the steel steeds. In Cliffwatch Town, people know that hope is right around the corner whenever they hear the hymn of the Winged Cavaliers. Whether faced with the Varjager zealots or any other threat, the Winged Cavaliers will always come down from the mountainside and trample everything standing in their way like a tide of fire and steel under their fearless Stall's lead. Yet at the same time, they are an army of kindness. No matter how humble the standing may be, the Winged Cavaliers will always charge headfirst into enemy lines to protect the weak and innocent. Viola witnessed all that with her own two eyes not long after arriving in Cliffwatch Town. She also immediately recognized the two dolls leading the charge, the same ones who once came to her aid without hesitation. And undoubtedly they too remember her. Viola reaches out to them and the two dolls immediately take notice of her as well. Big Sis Liushih, Big Sis Jisoo. Isn't this Viola? What are you doing here? How's your brother? Brother shakes her head sorrowfully. Jisu's expression dims as she dismounts and gently pulls her into an embrace. Must have been through a lot. If you have nowhere else to go, stay here with us. But no need to worry about anything. So her brother did die? Then who's Pavel to her? Take care of you. We have many amazing comrades they'll teach you everything you need to survive in the Yellow Zones. And you can leave whenever you feel ready to do so, to freely pursue what you truly want. The dolls understand better than anyone the harsh nature of the Yellow Zones, that it's nigh impossible for a child to survive on her own. So Viola knows they can't and won't abandon her. This is the naivety of dolls. Their world is simple. A person's a person, a life's a life. They act exactly as they're told, no questions asked. But Liu and Ji are different from those Viola is familiar with, because they no longer follow anyone's orders. To freely do what I want? So we found this outpost, took people and informed the Cavaliers, all just because... yeah, because we wanted to. Because doing so fills us with joy. And hopefully, what we're doing can eventually be of help to the commander, even if all he ever wanted was for us to be happy. Here we go again. Disgusting, repugnant, sickening. You clueless machines talking about happiness. You've never suffered like us. All you're doing is just imitating that commander of yours. Stop, don't keep being so kind to me. Just show your true colors already. Stop making me look even uglier than I already am. Oh my god, it's the theme from the first game! The combat theme from the first game! Okay. Dang it. Despite their superior numbers, the attacking automatons cannot break through the winged cavalry's defenses. Hello. Welcome in, Vega. How you doing? Still don't know how to pronounce this. Jisu moves along the walls, inspiring each member while providing them with fire support. Even drones high above cannot escape the dull sharpshooting. None of them gets to release their bombs above the outpost before they're shot down. If Boss Liu is absent, we've still got Boss Jisu. Just eats too much. Oh yeah, I heard that. You can't fight an empty stomach, can you? Let's feast after all this is over. Cavaliers erupt and cheers and once again start humming their battle hymn. Counterattack has begun. As for Pavel, this outcome just retroactively made him realize how wise his decision was not to act against the winged Cavaliers in the past. Even with superior firepower numbers and prior knowledge of the deployment and personnel, they still failed to achieve anything due to Jisu's leadership and the defenders' high morale. Boss, this doll's a monster, man. We're running out of time. If Liu gets back, we got a single doll. That's enough to make you pants. I've bagged hundreds of these clankers already, but I've never seen one like her before. Aren't command modules banned? Again, clankers is canon to the GFL universe. That's not a command module. That's a power they themselves earned. Fortunately, I've got mine as well. Yeah, well, withstand the enemy attack or eliminate all enemies. Well, that's simple. Dang it. I don't think it's smaller radius, so I just do it. Spawn in the other two. Dead. Alright, more story, come on. Under Jisu's leadership, the winged Cavaliers successfully repelled the attack on their outposts. All the mortars and heavy weapons meant to tear down their walls are destroyed by their own drones, leaving only smoldering wreckages. Watching the attackers flee with their tails between their legs, the defenders do not pursue. Instead, they shout and cheer, accompanied by people humming the hymn of the Winged Cavaliers. Unfortunately, I cannot read acrylic, so... Stay vigilant, scan the perimeter for any stragglers, and get the wounded to the infirmary. Roger. After wrapping up commanding duties, Liushih hops off the wall position and exchanges a high five with the Cavalier coming to rotate her out. As a doll, her reaction speed and perception are far above that of humans. As such, the celebratory atmosphere around does not distract her from analyzing the situation. During the skirmish that just concluded, a feeling that something is off kept gnawing at Jisoo's mind, stiffening her processing power away. Now that the bullets have ceased flying, even just for a moment, she immediately realizes what exactly is off. Who's opening the gate? What? Sudden interjection puts everyone back on edge. Worst thing is, the gate's opening grows wider. A familiar figure, one that the Winged Cavaliers followed with devotion and admiration, charges in. It's silly, don't shoot! No, take her out! A conflicting order plunged the Cavaliers into disarray, making many miss what would have been an easy shot. The steel steed rampages through the defensive positions, while a swarm of hostile Sangus automatons follow in her steps and flood through the gate. Jisoo starts regretting not calling Liu, Phelan, and Liushih to retreat. She still attempts to maintain control of the situation or the Cavaliers to fall back to the buildings until... No, it's time to stop this nonsense. He turns toward the voice instinctively. The sight greeting Jisoo makes her pupils dilate in shock before narrowing into a furious glare. Luca's right. You really are scum. I don't have time to argue with you. Bella stands before Jisoo and held within his arms and none other than the girl named Viola. The girl keeps her head bowed, not daring to look at Jisoo in the eyes. Let go of her. Viola, how? You animal! How did you get in? Cavaliers all raise their weapons, but none dares to act rashly under the fear of hurting the shivering young girl. As instructed by Pavel, the mercs and automatons who followed him in also hold their fire. A tense standoff ensues. Jisoo has no choice but to acknowledge Pavel's composure, bordering on madness. Though armed with a pistol, he doesn't point it at Viola. Jisoo looks at the latter, hoping that she could create some opportunities for herself. Yet Viola is still a point at her brigade. No matter how much she doesn't want to accept it, that chilling sensation spreading through her body forces Jisoo to come to terms with reality. This is also a theme from the first game. It's Jisoo, eh? Got yourself a sizable facility out there, didn't you? I admire it. Those nowadays are making warlords of themselves and live a comfy life, while actual humans are stuck withering in the wasteland, surviving by digging through trash. Ridiculous, don't you think? Got the bull let go, Viola, then we'll consider letting you walk away with your head attached to your neck. Relax, I'm not so pathetic as to use her as a hostage. I didn't mean for it to get this awkward, but I'm in fact here to make a deal. A deal? That's right, a deal. Terms are simple. I'll let you live. You don't even need to drop your weapons, just leave the outpost as you are. I'll not hunt you down. In your dreams, you're just a thief who only has the balls to show up when Boss Liushih isn't here. Sure, but right now this thief has the firepower to back up his words. You can go back to the shooting, and I'll maybe lose at most a tenth of my men and 30% of my mechs. But you, on the other hand, will all be wiped out, so let's not do this. Why? Other than Cliffwatch Town's security contract, I don't believe there's any bad blood between you and us. That's true. Although it's not that I wanted to profit from that either. I simply hate how you and that Liushih just love sticking your noses into everything. I get it, it's all out of altruism, but your mimicry of human behavior ticks me off. Next instant, Pavel's smile vanishes, his gaze turning cold and sinister. I only have two terms. Disband the Winged Cavaliers and hand over all Pegasus units. You're saying we're mimicking humans. That's your reason for attacking us? Forming the Cavaliers, building the Walkers, you're just carrying out someone else's orders at the end of the day. No matter how convincing you make yourselves look, you can never understand why we humans do such things. It's not true. Me and Liushih, what do you even know? Before the bosses showed up, people of Cliffwatch Town were getting raided by bandits or devoured by elites all the time. It's the bosses who brought us food, clothes, and medicine. It's them who gave us weapons and taught us to stand up for ourselves. You'd never betray them. We don't give our lives that the bosses told us to. How pathetic. Look at how they turned you into their little puppets with the tiniest bit of kindness. We're not puppets, and neither are our bosses. They could have stayed in the green zones, enjoying a life of comfort and luxury, yet they came all the way out here for the sake of their beloved commander. When they saw our hardships, they didn't hesitate to spend their money helping us. How are the bosses any less human than you? No one ever ordered them to do anything. They've always followed their own hearts. Can you say the same about yourself? Do you dare say you're doing all of this of your own free will? The surrounding cavaliers all resonate with Ivana's words. Pavel simply fires a shot into the air to shut them up. But really hung up on these dolls, huh? Guess that's what happens when you're just a yellow zone bumpkin with no clue what a doll is capable of. Sure, dolls can be more efficient, their assessments more accurate. But so what? As a leader, if there's one thing they need to fully understand, it's betrayal. If they can't foresee it, can't understand why it happened, then they are a failure. Viola, why don't you tell them yourself? Right. What do you mean? The one who opened the gates was me. Is that so? The one who installed the receiver on Dilu and tampered with her control authorities was also me. And I installed receivers on all the steeds, so Dilu can now control all of them at will. Bella snaps her fingers and the cavaliers gasp in horror, some nearly collapsing in despair. The steel steeds that should be powered down and stored away now glow red-eyed. Trot into the open field and gather around Dilu, silently threatening their former partners. No, this can't be real. Looks like both humans and dolls have learned a valuable lesson about betrayal today. All it takes is a little fiddling for your so-called free will and trust to turn on you. Dolls reduce to slaves of their own programming. Much like this horse, your loyalty is nothing when faced with a higher authority command. But humans... Mishisu, do you really understand a human's betrayal? You and Liushih recruited Viola yourselves. How did you convince yourselves she's worthy of your trust? You know, much like you, the human mind is also built upon countless choices. But no matter how many ones and zeros are in that noggin of yours, you'll never truly understand what makes us the way that we are. You will never be human, and naturally you will never be able to lead humans. Honestly, I would say even getting too close is ill-advised for both sides. A piece of notification from our sensors alerts Jisu to a new development. In a visual module, a young cavalier is taking aim at Pavel. But just as Pavel warned, the combat automatons have been keeping track of their movements all this time. Rocket fully raises his rifle, the automaton's weapons are already pointed at him. Don't! Despite Jisu's plea, the young cavalier adjusts his aim and pulls the trigger with a determined expression. In response, the automatons behind Pavel answer with a hail of gunfire. Despite the Tito's split-second reaction allowing her to spring into action before the bullets go flying, Jisu barely manages to put herself between the two parties. Back off! Time Pavel and Luca stop both sides from escalating further, Jisu is already riddled with bullet wounds. Fix this, Jisu. It's fine, I'm tougher than I look. Stop moving, Viola, you're now a target as well. Viola freezes, gazing in fear at the cavaliers who had been with her through thick and thin. Contented hatred in their eyes sent a shiver down her spine. With how hard you're still trying to defuse that situation, I'll take that as an acknowledgement of my terms. Everyone abandon the outpost. Leave and go find Liu. Boss? No, we can still fight. And we'll win. Of course we will, but that victory will be nothing but a Pyrrhic one. Pyrrhic? Is it Pyrrhic or Pyrrhic? Pyrrhic, I think. No one needs to die for this. Do as I say, take what's important and abandon the outpost. That vehicle failing drove here too. Get the commander on board, make sure to return it to them. Knowing the sparks pouring from her injuries, the doll slowly holds up her arm, staring straight at Pavel with a completely expressionless face. Pavel seems slightly shaken under her sharp scrutinizing gaze. After a pause, he slowly nods. Paying no mind to the cavalier's protests, Jisu orders the unarmed to help carry the wounded and supplies out of the gate. Now she herself remains where she stands, unwavering, still facing off with Pavel and Viola. Boss Jisu, you need repairs ASAP. Don't worry about me, you and Ivana take Phelan and Dushev's truck back to them. Tell them that those are Cliffwatch Town's specialty caramel pies. I bet the commander's gonna love them. Boss? Not gonna follow my orders? Are you still winged cavaliers or not? Don't worry, I'm not planning to do anything stupid. I haven't had the chance to see the commander again after all. We copy. They're making Luca and Ivana leave. Jisu finally moves. She doesn't head for the gate herself, and says she slowly and calmly wanders deeper into the camp, despite countless muzzles being pointed at her. Viola. Yes? You once said you had a sick brother. That person. Yes, that was Big Brother Pavel. He was suffering from a serious lung disease back then. He's only been afforded those medicines thanks to you and Big Sis Liushih's help. Wait. Those meds back then? Yes, they were from Big Sis Liushih and Liushih. I just knew the big brother who hates dolls would definitely overthink things if he got wind of that fact, so I never told you about this. Is that so? So you weren't lying back then. Hearing that, Viola jolts as if she's been electrocuted, covering her face in shame, unable to meet anyone's eyes. I see. That's great, Viola. I'm happy for you. Eh? Viola looks at Jisoo. The smile blooming on Jisoo's face is the same as when they first met. Pure, bright, and possibly dazzling. At the same time, more cracks seem to spread from those wounds on her body. Liushih and I have always worried about you. Being alone in this world without a family is bound to be a painful experience. While everyone wishes a found family like the Winged Cavaliers could help soothe that pain, nothing compares to real blood ties, right? The fact that you still have someone in this world makes me truly happy for you. Because Jisoo, you always liked this. Can't help with that. I'm a doll after all. Jisoo lets out a self-deprecating chuckle and shakes her head. Viola gazes at Pavel with a pleading look, but he simply holds onto her shoulder and orders his subordinates to head to the workshop behind the camp. The large quantity of weapons and valuable machinery stored there are what Pavel came for. Your frame needs repair or you'll suffer a critical failure soon. Why didn't you retreat along with the others? Because I still have questions for you. And I have the right to not answer. Oh? Not planning to spare us that luxury, Mr. Winner. As long as Liushih is still around, I don't consider this a victory. Plus, it's not like I need something that hollow from you. I'm just here to achieve my original goal, simple as. Your original goal? I need the Pegasus. So Dilu, you really want to die on this hill, huh? Because the Pegasus was our father's creation. But because no record of it could be found in the UNC's archives, our parents were prosecuted. Huh? If that's the case, why would you assume Liushih and I would have refused to help you out? Would you still do the same if I told you that my parents worked for Griffin's enemies? The war's over. Juicy gently shakes her head. She then steps forward, but her once steady steps now falter. We always sought coexistence, even with our former enemies. Not to mention, Griffin is no more. Liushih and I are just two dolls without an owner searching for a commander. So, I refuse to believe that's your real motivation. At least not entirely. I trust what Viola just told me. I trust what Viola just told me was the truth, but Pavel, you've got other goals besides saving your father, don't you? Precisely. My ambition lies further beyond. Turn Cliffwatch Town into a second Makosh. No, something even greater than that excuse of a town run by nothing but such Fabin's proxies. If it weren't for your meddling, I would have achieved that long ago. You're not even cut out to be a good villain. What? You're making fun of me? Like, we fought real villains under the commander. So we can tell real villains from wannabes. If you really were one, I wouldn't have told everyone to just leave. Pavel stares at the doll in shock. Their power draining and body damaged. Her eyes are losing focus and her speech module is barely holding up. Pavel stares at the doll in shock with her power draining and body damage. Her eyes are losing focus and her speech module is barely holding up. And yet, even in this state, her likeness still sends a primal chill down Pavel's spine, as if he were a prey meeting its predator. If you really were one, I'd have stopped you, even if that meant putting everyone's lives on the line and sacrificing both me and Liushih, because I can't and won't let the commander face another enemy like that. So it's a good thing you're not, don't you think? But you're never becoming a hero like the commander either. You'll simply be Viola's big brother, and that's enough, right? Big sis Jisoo. Stop, let me check. Jisoo gently sways her body as if Viola's words went completely over her head. Then, like a broken marionette, she drops to her knees. Even so, she looks up at Viola and Pavel, her lips curled up in a faint, almost mocking manner. Having a family, isn't that enough? With your little sister, you won't become a bad person. Isn't that great? Because no matter how hard you try, this path you're on will only make you puppets of temptation. Those words seem to have struck a nerve deep within Pavel. With a groan, he furiously draws his gun. But before he can pull the trigger, Jisoo collapses entirely. The last spark flickers across her body. The light in her eyes fade. And I couldn't read the last couple seconds. Dang it. I'm very concerned. Hold on. Let me look it up real quick. Dang it, I forget what the event is called. It's called like Radiance something, right? Oh, Unto the Radiance, there it is. Okay, that was... I don't know what chapter that was. Dang it, I'm trying to... Hold on, give me a second. Oh, here we go. A spark flickers across her body, the light in her eyes fades, dimming like the setting sun. As Pavel walks into the hall, he contemplates for a second over whether or not to step onto the fancy carpet. For how accustomed he has become to the yellow zones, he almost forgot what the air in the green zones even smells like, and has thus developed a fear bordering on disgust toward all this lavishness. But ultimately, he puts his foot forward and walks toward the ridiculously large conference table placed in the middle of the carpet. Seated at the head of the table is the very man who holds Pavel's fate in his hands. Man gawks at the table full of delight like a ravenous lion, only to be struck with a great annoyance, decision paralysis. Gerard. Oh, here you are. Please tell me you've showered. It is an honor to be received by you in person, sir. I had completed a thorough personal hygiene routine. Yeah, good. Come sit closer then. Yeah, right there. By the way, I've got some good news and bad news for you. The bad news is your mother died in prison last month. Pavel braces himself against such earth-shattering revelation and stares at the man who just delivered the news with such nonchalance. There's neither malice nor sympathy in Rorik's voice. Nothing but the kind of impatience reserved for trivial, time-wasting matters. Burly and rude man shifts to a more comfortable position and looks at Pavel. The good news is your father's still kicking. Guess it all comes down to how tough you are. Is that so? As R&D officers of the Neo-Soviet Union, your parents had their heyday. Shame that the world today doesn't really treat people like them kindly, isn't it? That's not something someone like me ought to comment on. However, my parents were just following orders. They opposed the peace agreement and the restoration of diplomatic relations because my father believed it was nothing but a blatant betrayal of the martyrs who sacrificed their lives in the war. A sugar-coated lie. Sure, but that's all in the past now. No need to waste my time on all that rhetoric. I've got another meeting to attend. I called you over because I heard you've been putting in the good work in the yellow zones, pulling strings everywhere, trying to clear your father's name, right? You flatter me. My parents, my father, the allegations against him are completely baseless. Claims like embezzling research funds or supporting terrorism, those allegations only persist because the NSU archives are still classified, and since my father worked at OKB Smolin, right? You know about it? Look, kid, stop bribing UNC officials. It's pointless. You'll never prove your father's innocence to the UNC or the New Order or that Griffin Lyon's mother. For God's sake, there's simply too many Fall Guys like your old man. All crying foul play, all trying to clear their names. but if you can somehow prove OKB Smolin actually existed and that his projects weren't some made-up fantasy, then perhaps Gerard's influence can help him regain his freedom sooner rather than later. I understand. Thank you so much. How can I repay you? Everything. That facility, all the equipment and research data in it, we'll take everything. Give me a second. That facility, all the equipment and research data in it, will take everything. Also, I know you've had a hand in arms trafficking. Here's a list of who you can, can't, and must sell to. No more guesswork from now on. As some might say, the Yellow Zones need some rules. Understood? I'll do my best. Mr. Thorik's outrageous demands, Pavel only bows his head. He knows he stands no chance in the moment, no matter how crass Rurik looks. He could easily crush Pavel and the innocent Viola with a mere twitch of his finger. Here's some advice. Start looking for your father's research. There's got to be something used, unless he really was just an inept, corrupt official. Gerard will give you some startup funds, plus surplus equipment seized by the URNC. That said, it would be a mistake to treat this as an investment. Think of it more as the time your father has left. Should you fail to bring back what I want in due course, I'm afraid you'll really end up an orphan. I won't disappoint you, sir. Alright, you can go now. See... Let me quickly go over the plan. Draw the enemy's attention from the front. Use this chance to circle around and infiltrate the warehouse. Thing I was gonna say, does Pavel know that Berwick Gerard is dead? This chance to circle around and infiltrate the warehouse. All these English units must have a central control server acting as the root of their management system. Destroy that and they'll be done for. You also need to seek out Warmaster and strategist whereabouts. The Warmaster is no doubt in grave shape, but the strategist undoubtedly has a plan. So long as a sliver of hope remains, the hero shall never give up on their compatriots. Lastly, whatever's inside that server we brought, blowing it up now would surely save us a lot of trouble. Although I'd still appreciate an opportunity to speak with Mr. Pavel, rescuing Dilu and your comrades comes first. Let's move. She knocks out several Goliaths moving along their programmed patrol path, triggering a chain reaction. Taking advantage of when the automaton's visions are obscured by dust kicking aloft, Dushevne and Phelan slip into the base while Liushih plans how to further draw the enemy's attention. Dushev, Phelan, everything proceeding as planned? We're in, General. Yes, we're heading toward the warehouse. Now it's up to you to keep their attention off of us, Liushih. Got it. Liushih takes a deep breath and pops out of cover. Hey everyone, look over here! Following rapid trigger pulls, several like automatons go down instantly. The alerted sentries all direct their guns toward Liushih and immediately start shelling her position. At the same time, Dushevne and Phelan proceed rapidly toward the warehouse's coordinates. In order to remain concealed, they move through a narrow corridor formed by containers. I think I just heard something. Phelan stops abruptly. Dushev, watch out above. Almost as soon as Phelan shouts out, Dushev raises her rifle and fires. The bullet punches through the core of the automaton hidden on top of the container before it has the time to alert others. That was close. True to the keen senses of yours, Fox Maiden, thou saw the malice mired in shadows and eye. My frame doesn't have that kind of feature, but Dylan fixed her ears, perplexed. It is kind of strange. Even with Liushih drawing their attention, there are far too few sentries near the warehouse. Who's to say the Demon King's minions shan't find themselves wanting for ammunition? Look, the treasury of the Demon King stands before us. Going to be used as a warehouse living in shadows. The two pick up their pace and reach its entrance under the cover of smoke. The electronic lock on the door is flashing red. It's locked? Fox Maiden step back. Liushih raises her gun and fires at the lock control panel. As the lock is wrecked, the heavy door creaks ajar, followed by the dolls kicking it wide open. Don't move. Hand over our stuff, as well as the War Master and the War Mount. Eh? Dylan sweeps across the warehouse, but the scene of the Pegasus towing the server and a panicking Pavel she envisions but a fleeting illusion. Sad sunlight pours into the ceiling vents, illuminating drifting dust. Only silence greets them. Liushih freezes awkwardly in place with her gun held in a weird pose. It's empty? Oh no. Despite their lightning-fast reaction, the heavy blast door still slams shut behind them, sealing their way out. Liushih immediately aims at the vent, blasting open an exit with a few shots. At the same time, explosions go off beneath their feet. Liushih grabs Phelan and throws her out the window, or throws her at the vent, just in time before the floor collapses. Fox Maiden, leave the rest to thee. Wait! Before she could finish, Phelan sees Liushih fall into a swarm of combat automatons, empty-handed. Still, Liushih cracks the head unit of one trying to backstab her wide open with her elbow, while sending another one trying to tackle her flying as a kick. Even with her covering fire, Phelan cannot stop Liushih from being overwhelmed and dragged away. She then escapes through the blown open vent onto the roof. Taking advantage of the distraction, she drops the few automatons giving chase to Liushih and waves at her. It was a trap, they got Liushih! Coming! Here she slings her rifle and leans into a sprint. Using a disabled Sangastol as a springboard, she hops onto the roof and grabs Phelan's hand. Together, they land back in the warehouse and make short work of a few stragglers. Low on ammo, let's rescue Liushih and pull out. Yeah, we can't lose her as well. Take point, you cover me. After fierce resistance, Liushih's frame starts to shower sparks from the damage and her joints are overheating. Her skill and specs have kept her going thus far, but the overwhelming odds are bound to prevail eventually. So her doll bites her teeth, looking for the opportunity for a last Hail Mary. Just as her arm is about to be torn off, an Aegis Deadeye, developed using Sangus Fairy technology, suddenly fires. Scorching energy beam instantly vaporizes several of its allies' cores. On the opposite side, two claymores turn their blades on their allies, impaling the bulwark that was tearing Liushih apart, freeing the latter. The unexpected development feels strangely familiar, and Liushih excitedly utters the fondly given nickname. Strategist? Sanguis dolls did not respond, only gesture for her to follow. Wish for me to follow thee. Lead the way, O strategist. Under the automaton's lead, they fight through several blast doors, ultimately reaching a large open space where Sweeper is being held. Her joints have been disabled, and she is chained down like a caged beast. War Master, no! Liushih bones and balls as she drops to her knees, slamming her fist into the ground. But the automatons following her simply walk up, pull out their power cords, and plug them into Sweeper's body. Moments later, the elite Sangus Fairy doll's eyes light up once more. She immediately throws Liushih a sharp look despite her frail state. I'm not dead yet. Get me out of here. Oh, could this very well be the great spell of resurrection? It's called recharging. These units don't have much juice left. I need to get myself back to... The bullets rain down into position. Friendly automatons jumped in to shield the two and are instantly shredded to pieces. Liushih reacts right away, despite not even recognizing the source of inspiration for her next actions. Perhaps such instinctual impulse once came to her in a dream, or rather somewhere deeper than her level 2. Picks up Super's frame by her legs, using the blade protruding from her forehead to impale an enemy automaton's core. One dart! With her limbs locked in place, Sweeper turns her head around and sees her body being swung around like a sword by Liushih Knight. One after another, enemies are cleaved in half through their combined effort. Don't worry, War Master. We'll fight as one. Who wants to fight is one with you? This is amazing. Take this super move Sangba series, War Master Hurricane Slash. Hey, quit spinning around, Liushih. You think I'm a boomerang or something? There's an opening at 2 o'clock. Should we try to stage a break out there? As you wish, War Master. I'll lead you out of this nest of devils. Oh my goodness. I need an image of that. I need an image of Liushih swinging her around like a whip. That's amazing. Okay, let's see.
了解
Get her as far as possible.
早く命令しなさい
Evacuate at least 2. Okay, hold on. I think I can do that. Just speed run the in there.
降参するなら今のうちよどうってことないわ
Retreat.
早く命令しなさい
Then have you go forward in there.
エンジン起動
Dang it! Hold on. I can't do that with her because she doesn't. Ah, dang. She's not gonna. Okay, hold on. She might auto evacuate if I leave her there.
エンジン起動逃げられるエンジン起動はいはいエンジン起動
Just safety first. About their Griffin days being ages ago, Liushih and Phelan advanced with flawless coordination. Covering one another, they pressed forward with maximum efficiency, searching for Liushih's whereabouts. Their effort is soon rewarded as Liushih can be seen breaking through the automatons while swinging Sweeper around, now heading toward the direction. General, Fox made it. I found the War Master. Don't swing me around like that. Yeah. She's swinging someone? It's a long story, but she's our comrade. Now, do we retreat or do we keep searching for Dilu in the control module? Right, Nixie, where's the server we brought? Fetuja's working on it, but without Pavel's key, taking over a few units is our absolute limit. There's nothing we can do then. Let's retreat. I have a bad feeling about this, as if this were all part of Pavel's scheme to lure us in. War Master, is the strategist still inside you? Don't worry about that, idiot. Can you put me down first? After a hard-fought breakthrough, 3 dolls and 1 sword finally escape, making their way back to their ATVs. We made it. This many skirmishes in one day may prove too much, even for the hero. I can barely fathom the battles the General and the Khan can normally endure. Could it be because this is the Demon King's lair? We've clashed with Pavel before, but I had no idea he had this many Sanguis machines. Wonder if he had received outside help, or worse. As they converse, Sweeper regains control of her whole body, with Liushih's help, and slowly sits up. Liushih, I shall never forget that humiliation I just suffered. War Master, we can still talk this through. Quit messing around. What did you do for Pavel, Nixie? I reactivated that control module for him. That's it. His encryption key mentions something called a Pegasus, a mechanical walker. It's a decent machine, but nothing to write home about. I think he's after what's inside the prototype storage. Logs, data, coordinates, whatever. Even though we've come this far, I still can't believe that your friend is a Sanguis doll. Last time we fought alongside them was still under the commander. Hey, please don't forget about me. Nice to meet you, Miss Liushih. I'm Fetuja, the commander's favorite. I'm Fetuja, the commander's favorite, as well as Nixie's manager. Hold on. Wait a second. Hold on. I need. Hopefully this will be. Hold on. I think this will be something that will cheer you up. I screenshot it. I'll send it to her later though. Stop popping out randomly. You done with your job or what? Give me some time, okay? I need to greet our new friend first. Nice to meet you, Miss Petrucia. The strategist, what have you been up to? Helping you. Remember those automatons I took control of? I also... Excuse me. I also recorded the entirety of that glorious combination bayonet maneuver of yours. Anyway, we need to regroup fast. I saw in Pavel's plan that his forces are gathering around Miss Liushih's outpost. Only now, Liushih remembers to check her communicator that had been jammed while they were in Pavel's base. Message from Jisoo. Main Cavalier's outpost has been attacked. Blast it, we must return at once.
当然の勝利ね。
I'm doing my best to make as much progress as possible. Let me keep jumping though. In the kitchen, Jisoo is full of energy, busy cooking one dish after another. Yet all of a sudden she feels as if she's lost all motivation. She unties her apron and steps outside. Standing by the door, she closes her eyes and enjoys the breeze. Winds blowing by seem to whisper memories of the past. FNC and Spaz 12 argue over who should rule the cafeteria. Someone jokingly shouts, AK-15 is the true master chef, and everyone bursts into laughter. Jisoo smiles too. Jisoo, what's wrong? Feeling tired? Not at all. So have you made up your mind? Do we leave and keep looking for the commander, or do we stick around to make sure everyone here can at least survive? If it's the latter, we'll need at least 2 years to build this place up. We won't be able to focus on finding the commander then. Is it really okay to leave that decision up to me? It's your money, of course. It's your call. Or were you planning to leave it to me? I want to see the commander. I really do, but whenever I think about what would happen once we left, that these people won't be able to fend off the Elids, that whatever little supplies that got scavenged would be plundered by bandits, I just can't bring myself to leave. I'm sorry, Jisoo, but I must stay, at least until the people of Cliffwatch Town can look after themselves. That's a great call. I'm all for it. But weren't you just reminiscing about Griffin earlier? It's not as if we'll never be able to see everyone again. We're just delaying that day a little longer. Plus, we'll even earn the commander's approval if we help more people out. It's just the right thing to do. And can I really handle this? Far from competent, unlike Miss Springfield or 416 who were of such great aid to the commander. Then start learning today. Install every management plugin and operations module you can find. But we're still just dolls. While people are willing to bear with us now, do you think they'll continue to accept our leadership in the long run? If they don't, we'll just leave and go find the commander like we planned from the beginning. Jisoo, you're amazing. It's like nothing phases you. Not at all. I just believe that as long as people can still sit at the same table and eat together, no conflict is too great to resolve. Dining table is a place of warmth. The more people are seated, the warmer it is, provided there's enough food for everyone to feast on. Let's work hard, starting right now, Liushih. First we need a big enough table, then we'll fill it with everyone's favorite dishes. If something sad, upsetting, or unbearable happens, we'll smile and settle at the table, together as one family. I really miss those meals with the commander around. Going to cook up a feast and stuff him full once we find him. Even after some time, Pavel has yet to recover from the anxiety induced by the situation, alarmingly staring at the doll on the ground. For his past self, dolls were nothing more than high-performance machines. No matter how human they act, imitations are what they'll be forever known as. But just a moment ago, in those brief moments before she shut down, this doll evoked in him a sense of dread that not even that Rorik Gerard managed. A true sense of dread that encompassed his existence. That what that mere doll might be was his better. Now that Tito who evoked that emotion, that inferiority he undoubtedly felt, lies motionless, her working fluid pouring out like blood and slowly seeping into the ground. You've got to be kidding me. Pavel shivers uncontrollably. Fear and anger mix into the adrenaline driving his muscles forward as he raises his gun and makes a beeline towards Jisoo. Enough, big brother. With a side, Viola. Can't you see? She's already out of order. I won't forgive you if you keep hurting her, even if you're my brother. You've gotten attached to a doll. Have you forgotten? Griffin has always been part of those who dashed Mom and Dad's dreams. These two might have very well served as their henchmen back then. But they also saved your life. So now you want to be friends with them again. Even dolls aren't that naive, Viola. There are consequences for betrayal, you know. It's something you'll never outrun for the rest of your life. Since I owe the success of this operation to you, I'll let it slide this time, but I hope you can remember what all our efforts have been for. I know. Go get some rest. Got a lot on our plates next. I already found the coordinates of OKB Smolin inside Pegasus Mark 1's database. It's not far from here. Once we find the facility and get in touch with the conglomerate, Dad will finally be free. But brother, that obnoxious old geezer from Gerard, that Rorik, isn't he already dead? Would the conglomerate still need us? Of course not. Nor would they want a crumbling facility in the middle of the Yellow Zones unless it's really hiding something extremely valuable, like secret blueprints or equipment of some sort. However, before he died, all the data the OKB had to offer really piqued Mr. Rorik's interest. A number of high-ranking UNC officials once held a position there, which means the conglomerate must be looking for leverage they could use to blackmail them. If that's not enough, I've got other plans that do not rely on the conglomerate. But did you make deals with someone else as well? With a spoiled rich kid, yes, but at least he's somewhat reasonable. As long as I can prove myself useful, getting Dad's conviction overturned is a piece of cake with his connections. Oh, it's the guy. It's 100% that guy. I keep forgetting his stupid name. The blonde jerk from Basti's event too. The one who had the arena. The one who was rescued from Mr. Zimmerman from the sinking ship and then ended up becoming just the same garbage. Then he was in the Port Mika and then caused all the problems there and everything. Of course, nothing comes without a price tag. For that, I need enough influence to be seen as worthwhile in the eyes of the conglomerate. Given how fast the NSU fell apart, the production lines and manufacturing tools in the OKB must still be intact. Once I take control of those, I won't be some random nobody anymore, as long as everything goes according to plan. Glyph will be the first step toward my future empire. And then I'll stop being a pawn and finally become a player. When that day comes, I'll get the free data on my own terms. That's right, I'm a player, not a pawn. I just lack the power now, only the powerless become puppets. Bella looks at her brother with a heavy heart. It's clear that he's trying to convince himself more than his sister. You get it now? I've planned everything out, just listen to your big brother and we can get our home back. Okay, brother, I'll listen to you. Do whatever you say. Give me a second. Give me a second. Dang. There we go. Super Dushev, Phelan, and Liu managed to commandeer an off-road vehicle. Driven by Dushev and with the encouraging sweeper perched on her shoulders, they head toward the Winged Cavalier's outpost. terrain quickly proves more challenging to traverse than expected for such a vehicle, especially when compared to the steel steed's mobility. Soon the four ditch the car and continue on foot. The prolonged journey makes Liushih increasingly anxious. She repeatedly attempts to reach his Yisu until the moment a contact offline alert pops up. Liushih, who was leading the group, stumbles and drops to her knees. Bilin and Dusha rush to help her up. Jisu's signal is gone. Does she have backups? Yes, but we've been so busy lately. Jisoo took care of a lot of things in my steed. It's been a while since she last backed up. If her core got destroyed, she'll lose a lot of memories. If only I'd stayed at the outpost. Stop, Liushih. Bessie taught me this before. The moment you start thinking in what ifs, there'll never be an end to it. So let's leave that until everything's over. Phelan. Liushih looks at the doll, even smaller than her, and nods. Noticing her shivering, Phelan gently holds her hand. Dusha now instead turns around and gives Liushih a motherly embrace. Even with the metallic arm's overwhelming force triggering her pain sensors, Liushih accepts this warmth. Thank you, everyone. What a touching moment. Let's join them, Nixie. Shut up, as if it wasn't your fault that things went up in the first place. Hey, don't blame me for all this mess, or I'll send the footage of you being used as a corrosion doll blade plus 25 to the commander. Hold on. Don't you dare. Anyway, with our current circumstances, we don't have enough firepower to retake the outpost. The commander said we could call for Elmo backups when needed. I think it's the right time to do that. Asking a human for help? That's an utter disgrace. Don't you have any pride? In the current situation, even one or two more dolls is all it takes to turn things around. Get us for Mestina and she can handle them all. This is literally like saying, alright, we can't break into this building. I think, but it's like, we can't break into this building through normal brute force. The rattling ram isn't working, and we can't bust the door down. Maybe a lockpick, or even like a welding torch so we can burn a hole through it could work. It's all you would need to get through a door like this. Let's nuke the door. You can't rely on Voimistina every time. Besides, she's on a mission of her own. Let's call Kluka over. Well, as long as we keep the commander in the dark about this, it doesn't count as asking for help, does it? That works, I guess. Well, the dolls argued. Liushih's communicator suddenly beeps again. That's Wing Cavalier's distress signal. Liushih pulls herself through the pain of losing Jisoo and responds to the signal. This truck is such a pain to drive. Shut up, keep driving or we'll end up down there. It's our Hell Raider. Dashing at full speed through the mountain road, they see the truck full of doll frames driven by the two winged cavaliers, mechanics being chased by a horde of Velids. Luca, Ivana! It's the boss, thank God we're saved! And she doesn't hesitate and charges straight at the enemies, but then Dushev immediately follows suit. All out, Super, you're up! Perfect timing, I've been itching to do this. Leave them all to me. Swords don't run out of ammo. Eliminate all enemies. I don't like the Belfleas, they're gross. What, does this work? Dang it. No. Screw it, sure.
安心。どうってことないわ。
エンジン起動。
Dang it. See, there's enough for like 3 of them, I think. Nope. Dang it. Well, I can get 2 of them, it's fine. That works. I didn't realize that activates on her normal attacks too. We're saved. I suspected the boss and her comrades. Raider, I've missed you. Stop giving that truck nicknames, you dork. Now you get upset if it gets blown up. Look, Ivana, you're right. Where's everyone else? Amazing there are only 2 of them. Liushih clenches her fists with anxiety and fear calling onto her face. She dreads the worst case response she's about to hear. Everyone's fine. Really? Need to regroup quickly then. Where are they now? But they all left. Left? They abandoned you and Jisoo? No, of course not. We didn't want to end up like this either, but when Luke and I proposed we should go find you, someone said there's no way we could win without our weapons or steeds. Many others agreed. No one wanted to take any further risks, so they just disbanded. I see. See, that's human nature for y'all. When things get tough, they only think of themselves and will always run away and hide. All the more so if it's for the sake of a doll. The one with the blade stuck in your skull. Keep your mouth shut if you ain't got anything nice to say. Every Wing Cavalier has the utmost respect for our bosses. They were just shaken, afraid. Besides, Ivana and I are still here. As long as we're around, the Wing Cavaliers stand. Once we regroup with Boss Jisoo, everything will work out in the end. Who are you calling a knifehead? Calm down, he didn't say that. He didn't. He said, the one with the blade stuck in your skull. And then he was you calling a knifehead. Jisoo. Liushih closes her eyes, reminiscing about the partner who had always stood by her side. She feels as if she has regressed to her old Griffin self, unable to do anything without relying on the commander and others. It'll take a lot of time to buy weapons now. Be hire a PMC then? Better, let's hire all of them. Right, we need to fix Jisoo first. We'll use the best frame available this time. Liushih. Boss, are you okay? I'm fine. I can do this. Even without everyone, I can still do this. Because I'm not alone anymore. Not alone. Huh? Of course, General. Seeing her panic, Dusha grabs Liushih's shoulders and forces her to lock eyes. You've still got us. We're all the commander's dolls. The heroes shan't ever abandon their comrades, General. We fight as one. Commander's dolls. Right, the commander didn't fight for our freedom, just for us to wallow in self-pity. Liushih closes her eyes again, takes a deep breath, then exhales. Dolls have no need to breathe, but her mind naturally imitates the method a certain someone uses to find his composure. Let's head back first. We need to confirm Jisoo's condition and the outpost situation. We'll see what we've got, then decide what to do next.
次の目標を教えてください。
Alright. Okay, we're almost done. We're very close to being done. But I'm gonna take this sec to take a pseudo break by doing like the extra content and stuff that I still gotta do. Okay, this is a lot of enemies. A lot of Petadeos too, for some reason.
了解。これで終わり。
I don't like Unitas.
どうってことないわ。
Unitas? 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 I think it's Unitas.
帰ろっか。
No. never done it, or I've never been sure of whether I want to or not, but I could probably technically get away with just forever being someone who just reads GFL2 stuff. Dang it.
訓練の成果ねと言っ
エンジン起動
早く命令しなさい
Spawn them in so I can nuke them.
砕け散れ前進
This is the rest of my
次の
voice a
目
little
標を
more.
教えてください
I also gotta do the ones in the other thing. And the soiree will probably be something I do all in one go as well. Alright, we just have 2 story point and 2 levels left, and then the 2 extras. Good progress, good progress. We have to do this too, though. This is gonna take a while to do because it takes some time. Okay, we're getting Diane. We're getting Florence, and then we'll take Lind again. Defender's strong arm is the Inscripta, okay. You know... Oh. String bound sentiment, okay. This'll work. I wonder if we can make it faster. We have this. Do a refresh. Do that, and grab one of these. Dang it, 3 times is the highest. Do that one. Do all those. There we go. I just won't bother repositioning them anymore. I definitely need to get them some upgrades though. They're not doing that much. Let's keep going. Okay, nice. Do that to upgrade them. Dang it, I don't have enough for that. Did not get that much this time. Okay. Keep moving. Alright, making it. This one's pretty good to have. Just grab that one. Okay. This might be worth. Got 2 of the arrows, dang. Let's keep going. That was a bright explosion. Okay, let's see. There, that should be a pretty good strength stack. Jeez, over 1,000 is insane. I don't think I need the miner anymore, because I think it's already been used up. Okay, so it does stack. That's nice. Grab one of those. Alright. Nice, nice. But I got more arrows. That should be an interesting amount of power. Alright, go. That's insane number. 16k or 1600. Highest damage is 660k. Wild. Alright, so I got all the ones in here, so now I can just do whatever. I mean, that team's pretty strong, so I think I'm just gonna use them. Do that. There we go. There you go. We can sell that and grab these two. To give our base strength up. I just don't think this thing is really worth it. They only gained 50 from it. Do you think this is worth it if we can just get the other thing? Dang it, I don't see it. Oh, it's right there. Dang it. Pain. Dang it, no arrows. What is that other one? It's the thing that makes it so I get money each time I use money. Or I get effectiveness each time I use money. There we go. I don't know if that's actually worth it. We could try to make it worth it. I need at least need the arrows. If I could at least get the arrows. There. That's good enough. Hmm. Okay. We're getting there. Just need another bag to get more. Dang it, I'm not lucky. Need that. That is actually huge. Hold on. Dang. Okay. That just gives them more power in general. Alright. Okay. Let's see how this goes. Over 2,000% increase. It's insane. Was that the last one for this? Still plenty of levels I gotta do. Okay, let's continue. Cliff Watchtown Mayor. So, the Winged Cavaliers and Mr. Powell's PMC invited you over today because both of you recently proposed your own arrangements regarding Cliff Watchtown's future. As your contributions to the town speak for themselves, I hope we can set aside our differences and work together. Reaching an ideal consensus here today. Miss Liushih, while the resources and capital at your disposal are impressive, You seem rather inexperienced in matters of management. Your Marine Cavaliers have failed to expand at the same rate as the town's growth. I'm afraid this will only lead to your inability to keep up with increasing security demands in the near future. And PMC, on the other hand, can adapt as needed and form a stable, mutually beneficial relationship with Cliffwatch Town. What you're saying is that you want to recruit the town's residents into your PMC, right? No, I'm talking about a comprehensive partnership agreement. Land rights, authority to conduct military operations, economic privileges, and so on. Oh, hold on. Now I'm talking about a comprehensive partnership agreement. Land rights, authority to conduct military operations, economic privileges, and so on. I see. That's quite ambitious for someone of your age, Mr. Fowl, but how exactly would that benefit Cliffwatch Town? Choice. I don't think I need to remind you how rare it is to be able to choose for yourself in the Yellow Zones. Gosh, people spend their days slaving away at the factory. Bella's people fish corpses from beneath the ice sheets to survive, and so far, Cliffwatch has survived solely on its old mining industry and scavenging scraps. Okay, do we get to go to Velas? Because that sounds interesting. What exactly is going on about people fishing corpses from beneath the ice sheets to survive? Are they cannibals? Or like, they're doing it for as their job. Necessary connections to bring major corporate backing. Building new production lines suited to this place is something the Orlog conglomerate has been planning for a long time. They're just waiting for the right opportunity. When the time comes, I plan to invest in arsenals, military academies, and training centers. In return, everyone gets a job and everyone gets to fill their stomachs. What do you say, Mayor? Sounds really appealing. Cliffwatch could really use... No, it doesn't, Mr. Pavel. What? What? I'll fund Cliffwatch Town. We'll build schools, hospitals, repair roads, and ensure safe passage for all. We all know this place has abundant mineral resources. The refineries from the NSU era only fell out of use because they've been ravaged by elites and vandalized by bandits. I'll restore all of them, secure trade deals with other regions, and bring in more diverse industries. More importantly, all of this will be in the hands of Cliffwatch Town itself. No outsider will have management authority or be able to meddle with any of it. Is this some kind of joke? Do you have any idea how long it'll take for that kind of investment to break even? Yeah, Miss Liushih, what kind of return do you expect from doing that? I don't expect anything in return. You don't need anything? I see, some money isn't what you're after, then perhaps you're looking for something more political, say, special privileges. The only privilege I want is for you to respect the Winged Cavalier's autonomy. We're here to ensure safe passage to the mountain roads. We don't need anything else. We will not force conscription either. Anyone who genuinely wants to join is free to come whenever they want. So let's leave whenever they want. Hello, Miss Liushih. Let's take a short break first. Sure, okay. She nods calmly, completely unsuspecting of any scheme at play, while the mayor and Pavel step outside. The moment they leave the room, the mayor turns to Pavel with a bitter expression. Mr. Pavel, while I'd really love to support the conglomerate, no offer, no matter how good it is, can compete with something that's literally free. If money can't change our people's mind, what about fear? And it would have to be something so petrifying that it would paralyze even the bravest of us. I doubt you can achieve that. So she has done so much for the people of Cliffwatch these past 2 years that we trust her almost unconditionally. She knows every resident by name and she personally helped every one of them. And no, it's not all about her wealth. She would attend every single one of our weddings, funerals, would laugh and cry with us. Most of us have already forgotten she's even a doll. Why don't you just say what you want to say, Mr. Mayor? Afraid our choice would disappoint the conglomerate and Cliffwatch Town would miss this opportunity for prosperity. What a foolish choice. Maybe she still has money now, but her purse will eventually run dry. Have you ever considered what to do then? Well, let's follow me, Mr. Mayor. You think rationally for the sake of the town, get it? Rationally. That's why the RNC appointed you, don't you think? Back inside, Liushih sits neatly, smiling at the two men's return. Miss Liushih, we've definitely seen what you're capable of, but may I ask you one thing? Why are you doing all this? To free this place from poverty. I'm content as long as Cliffwatch Town becomes a wonderful place for people to call home. A home. That's it. That's it? He laughs. I don't know where your luck or money came from, but you're a complete joke. What makes you say that, Mr. Pavel? You think humans are just like dogs. Feed them and they'll become loyal, see you as their friend and their idol, their hero. I've never once thought that way. I already have a hero. No one can replace him. That's because you know jack about humans. You're just keeping them hooked with food, water, and shelter. The moment you fail to deliver on any of that, they'll turn their backs and leave you behind. No matter how much you've done for them, no matter how grateful they seem now, eventually their own interests will become their priority, and all they'll think about is how you haven't given them enough. At that point, a little temptation, a little coercion is all it takes for them to betray you, backstab you, leaving you with nothing. If that happens, I'll quietly take my leave. After all, I never consider this as where my journey ends. Mayor, you said she laughed and cried alongside you, but that's just her programmed responses. She never truly felt those emotions. See how she can just walk away and leave everything behind despite seemingly have poured her heart and soul into it, because it's all meaningless to her at the end of the day. And when you lose everything, Miss Liushih, I bet you won't feel a thing either. I doubt you will even ever understand what home truly means, no matter how much you wax lyrical about it. Mayor, I'll be going now. Okay, take care. Jumping onto the truck, the group returns to the Winged Cavalier's outpost. The surprise Pavel was nowhere to be found. Even they stripped the outpost of all the turrets, equipment, and weapons in the arsenal, leaving behind a barren and empty base. Nope, hold on. Okay, I'm back. Oh god, my voice. No, we have to power through, even if it kills me. So the surprise path was nowhere to be found. Merely stripped the outpost of all the turrets, equipment, and weapons at the arsenal. Aim at a Baron and at the base. Hello, you. So certain that no one would bother to stick around afterwards or think that the remaining cavaliers posed so little threat without their trusted steeds, Bev was simply left with all of his men. I was calling you. She needed me to call her. That's why. It's all good, though. They even took everything from the workshop. Those vultures. All those years of hard work. Where's Liushih? She's in the command room, but she's not letting anyone in because of Boss Jujutsu. Okay, good. I still think Chris should get you, though. I'll never forgive Viola. That Pavel. Phelan hesitates for a moment before pulling out her communicator and dialing a familiar contact. It's her, Liushih, and everyone. I'll have to make the call for us all. Even if that embarrasses us in front of Master, I can't let Liushih suffer like this. Phelan? What's up? Rest, you have to tell Master something. Is it about Liushih and that scummy PMC guy? Yeah, it's about Liushih and that scummy— Wait, you already know? Liushih and Feitusha were on call with Darling for the last hour and a half. I heard them asking for permission to send out Defy and 404 to level the entire town of Cliffwatch or something. Where have you been? You read that properly? Properly. Also, when I went to rest, Chris calmed down like she slowly went back into her hide. Oh, it's okay. You read that properly. Is that what you meant? Or do you mean something I read here? Read what properly? Who? What do you mean? I didn't skip anything. What? Where? I see nothing. Yeah, Phelan. She said Phelan. Cat girl noise, Phelan. Is that what you wanted? After receiving the data, say you can.
Say it, you coward.
You want me to say Nya Phelan? There you go. After receiving the data transmitted by Tusha and Feitusha, I asked Lorelei, Leva, and Helen with digging up more intel on the matter. At the data... Oh, wait. I tasked Lorelei, Leva, and Helen with tasked. Digging up more intel on the matter. If the data obtained by Feitusha and Super to support our findings, Leva achieved a breakthrough. Project Pegasus, one of the many NSU military R&D programs that was eventually scrapped after its merger with the URNC. Enough units to equip 11 platoons were produced, all low-rate initial production models. Each troop has one leader paired with 32 dummies. Of the 11 troops, 10 were written off or already disposed of. Only one's whereabouts are currently unknown. Project was entirely led by OKB Smolin, a covert facility not listed in any official NSU registries. Out of its numerous products, including but not limited to various models of mechanical walkers like the Pegasus, armored vehicles, and helicopters, none have any recorded combat history. As for the lead designer of OKB Smolin, his name is Dr. Nikolai Smolin. He was a strong advocate for incorporating Sangusferi technology into the new Soviet Union military. His wife helped him complete the research on many of his programs, including the Pegasus. But ultimately, the NSU became part of the URNC before any fruits of his labor ever saw service. Everything related to OKB Smolin was erased from the archives, including the facility's location. Mr. and Mrs. Smolin were later arrested on charges of political corruption. On the surface, he's a dissident who conspired against the government, embezzled research funds, and misappropriated state property. But these are all, of course, trumped-up charges based solely on testimony and with little to no evidence backed up. Dr. Smolin was merely a scapegoat for those powerful figures who had taken the wrong side during the internal political strife of the time. They attempted to erase any ties they had with the old Soviet military. After his arrest, all his property was made forfeit, and his children seemed to have vanished from the face of the earth. While serving his sentence, numerous testimonies from his former students and colleagues led to repeated extensions of his term. Zapav and Viola are Mr. Smolin's. Viola as well. You need obvious? Pavel Smolin, a mere PMC operator and underground broker, couldn't have rapidly risen to such prominence in this region of the Yellow Zone without the ample support from Gerard Group. Of course, he reciprocated the conglomerate's favor by playing a major role in expanding its influence in the region. He's been on quite a roll going around the Yellow Zones. The fact that he's so utterly obsessed with Cliffwatch Town and Liushih's ponies could only mean one thing. Cliffwatch Town was originally most likely a closed city, housing administrative and research facilities of OKB Smolin, which explains why Liushih found the Pegasus in its vicinity, and located inside the Pegasus data storage are coordinates for the main production facility of OKB Smolin. You're saying that Pavel did all this to clear his father's name? Then why is he picking on Liushih and the others? It's not hard to see why. Liushih and her winged cavaliers are a force of justice and righteousness. Do you think she would allow the conglomerate to sully the town she's done everything to protect? Well, I definitely wouldn't. Besides, even if he can't save his father right away, Pavel's most definitely planning to take advantage of the machinery and equipment left in the facility to build an even more powerful army to rule over the Yellow Zones. At that point, he would have no choice but to strengthen his ties to the conglomerate, just like George from Akash. Liushih is an obstacle he will have to face sooner or later. Alright, Master, can you give Liushih some comforting? She's been through a lot. Darling's comforting can be really dangerous. If Liushih's neurocloud gets bricked, the fault will lie with you, Phelan. When watching VODs, I clip stuff silently like a ninja. Could we stop with the melodrama? But indeed, it's not yet time for me to get involved. If she were still a member of Griffin, a subordinate of mine, I'd make sure to reassure her right away. No need to be in such a hurry, is there? But you bet some are going to get the wrong idea if the commander starts being too kind to one specific doll. She's a leader herself now. She should rely on her own subordinates rather than me in times like these. But everyone's already left. Only Jisoo, Luca, and Ivan are still here. You mean it should be us to comfort her instead? Call me naive or whatever, but I still have faith in those people. Let's wait a little longer. Liushih, I'll have Mailing on call to assist with Jisoo's repairs. The operation is in your capable hands. Gotcha. The hero will surely bring the Khan back to the pink of health? Oh, that was peak. The Khan? Liushih, the airborne beacon will soon be in range to support you. ETA 12 hours. You may contact the bugs to adjust the signal. Okie dokie. That means we can chat with those too. Phelan, I'll leave Liushih to you. If the situation becomes too much to handle, the closest backup you can call on us is Hyde 414B. Yes, Master. Is that from Fertusia to Shepna works on Jisoo's injuries. According to this engineer called Mailing, someone hastily patched up Jisoo's body after she was critically damaged, preventing her core from suffering irreversible degradation. Liushih can only think of one person who could have and would have done that. Despite both Phelan and Liushih wanting to comfort her, Liushih still requests that she and Jisoo be left alone until the latter wakes up. Jisoo, it's just you and I again. Just like when Griffin dissolved, or when I left the Lius. I've always wanted a home. But what even is a home exactly? She closes her eyes and holds her partner's hands. Over the years, she had long buried her old, vulnerable self and carried on with a sense of duty strong enough to bear the weight of everyone's lives. But even after everything they'd been through, this was still far too excruciating for her to bear. So when Jisoo, someone who had always supported and encouraged her unconditionally, was around, she felt that she could indulge in some of the lackadaisical whimsy she had 10 years ago. After Miss Liu passed, her inheritance was bequeathed to me, but living alone in that huge mansion got very lonely. So I hired other dolls to keep me company despite being a doll myself. Ridiculous. Just ridiculous. That's how I ended up joining Griffin, fighting alongside the commander and our comrades, and even joining Squad Puzzle. Even though there was no shortage of painful and frightening experiences, every day I spent there was happy and fulfilling. Does this mean we get Squad Puzzle? Eventually? And then everyone was gone and the empty Griffin became terrifying. The bright halls, once filled with laughter and joy, became dark and somber. Only my footsteps echoed through them. It was scary. It was to escape that fear, that unease, that I came to the Yellow Zone. That I found others just like me. People who were also afraid of loneliness and longed for a home. You'll have to watch the VOD to find out. Single crystal clear. Droplet. A single crystal clear droplet falls onto Jisoo's hand, and Liushih, holding back her sobs, murmurs sorrowfully. I never wanted any gratitude. I never thought I needed the commander's praise either. What hero, what great deeds is all so surreal to me. I'm simply passing on what I was given to those that are in need. Isn't that the right thing to do? But, Jisoo, at least please don't leave me. Please don't betray me. Don't lie to me. Don't leave me alone in the dark. You really are such a crybaby, Liushih. Jisoo! Sudden response startles Liushih. Looks up to see Jisoo wearing a resigned smile. You're fine now. Yeah, it's getting a little noisy for naps. And you guys just won't give me a break. Noisy? Can't you hear it? If not, listen more closely. Sure you can hear it. Following Jisoo's words, Liushih quietly closes her eyes. Perhaps because she had been so deeply focused earlier, her auditory module had filtered out all external sounds. But now Liushih hears it, a faint hum. It's the hymn of the winged cavaliers. See the winged cavaliers arrive coming down the mountainside. Shining armor and wings, death from above, make their enemy kneel. Everyone's back? But why are there so many more voices? Why don't you take a look yourself? Liushih helps Jisoo's newly repaired body up to her feet. Together they step outside. Grindel is an unprecedented scene of the night, illuminated by flashlights and torches. Hundreds of people carrying large quantities of weapons, munitions, and supplies are converging on the winged cavaliers' outpost. What's this? Oh, General Khan! General Khan, you've awakened from your long slumber. The common folk hath grasped their right to bear arms, joining the hero's great army. Boss stole our comrades, they didn't run away. They realized we didn't stand a chance against Pavel outnumbered 15 to 1 back then, so they went around the neighboring towns delivering speeches and gathered as many like-minded folks as they could. Be it guards from Cliffwatch Town or merchants who had received the Cavaliers' help, they all came after hearing what happened to Boss Jisoo. We've got over 140 people now, and more yet to follow. Even the mayor has come. They all said the Cavaliers had always looked after the people of Cliffwatch. Naturally, they couldn't just stand by and watch us disband. They even brought all the weapons, supplies, and vehicles they could find. Eh? This many? Yeah, how am I supposed to cook for all of them? Liushih staggers from shock and slumps to the ground alongside. Internet, please. Give me a second. Pain. Complete and utter pain. Is it back? Am I back? Please be back. Okay, I think it's good. Before their eyes lies a scene with great hustle and bustle, not unlike a night market. People from not just Cliffwatch, but also various surrounding settlements, camps, and villages have also gathered here. You know what they say about Yellows and residents? They always be packing something, whether a gun or a whole rocket launcher. I always thought that was just a Cliffwatch thing, but it turns out it's like that everywhere. Equipment, supplies, and ammo pile into a small hill in the middle of the outpost. Despite most of it being obsolete, it still serves to hint at Cliffwatch's past as a military facility. Cavaliers can thus change into their new gear and new weapons. There are 30 men with combat experience wishing to fight alongside us. But to put everyone in danger because of me... Miss Liushih, this isn't just your fight anymore. Mr. Mayor. I will after this. If Pavel takes over, he'll surely forge closer ties with the conglomerate. Considering its relations with the settlements have only deteriorated after the Makash incident, it won't be long before violence becomes the only way to settle things. Cliffwatch Town isn't exactly the most well-off settlement out there, but thanks to you it has enjoyed a relatively peaceful time these past years. We've come to appreciate and value that peace more and more. Miss Liushih, you once said you wished for this place to become a beautiful home, but you also said you'll leave sooner or later. Indeed, Mr. Mayor. Well then, Miss Liushih, do you know what home means? It means a place you can always return to, at any time for any reason. I understand now. Thank you. Jisoo Liushih. Master told me to update you on Pablo and Viola's info. The commander, he's found out what's going on here? Yeah, Master said he trusts you to know what to do, and that you'll definitely come out on top. If that's so, if that's what the commander said, upon hearing Phelan's news, a complex expression crosses Liushih's face. She pauses to reflect and nods to Jisoo. After asking Dushevne to help prop up her comrade, she walks into the crowd. Everyone, thank you for risking your lives to stand with us in our darkest hour. The Wayne Cavaliers were never about waging wars. The dream we longed for had always been riding our steeds freely, not worrying about warfare and meeting new
1.
friends on
I
the
noticed
hilltops of
Fetusa
Cliffwatch.
saying she's Commander's favorite. This is objectively canonically correct. 2. Next patch is all blade units, my platoon said. AGH.
Oh, there you go. And meeting new friends on the hilltops of Cliffwatch. We want prosperity for all, not just ourselves. Wealth for one is wealth for none. Hence why we've always shared with our friends, our comrades, our families, so that happiness may find us all. We do not take from others, but if someone tries to plunder what belongs to us or to our companions, we will fight back, but not because we want to become as greedy, selfish, and unscrupulous as they are, nor because that is the only way to survive. And now I've made the call to attack Mr. Pavel's forces, to thwart his plans and to keep our home safe from anyone who dares try to lay their hands on it. Halloween haha what? Crowd erupts and cheers. She organizes the original Cavalier members and the veteran volunteers into corresponding squads, while distributing the equipment and supplies as needed. Bashisu, it's meal o'clock. What? You want a flesh and discharge patient to cook for you? The blade thing? Well, congratulations. If not you, who else? They even took all we had in the freezer. The only thing left is what Boss Liushih made last night. Hey, how dare they? I only messed up that one dish. What do you mean, no? Congrats. Anyway, do your best to get some rest. We'll head out in an hour. Hearing the thunderous cheers, Liushih smiles and wipes the tears off the corner of her eyes. She turns around and notices Jisoo arguing with Dushev about which ingredients to use for cooking, and then suddenly asks her, Jisoo, do you remember who patched you up? It was Viola, and I think I heard her say something to me. What did she say? She said that we can't win. I suppose she meant well. She can't exactly betray her brother, but didn't want us to get hurt either. However... Dang it! I missed that last part. Now we know unless we try. Okay. Oh, wait, click the wrong event. Come on. You know what the worst part is? You could have literally made it like you could have literally said, instead of the breeze blowing you over thing, you could have literally just said, and like you have low HP. Because that's what the blade units all have. They have really low HP and they get killed really easily if they're in bad positioning. Using the coordinates extracted from Dilu, Pavel and Viola lead all their subordinates, a massive force of Sanguis automatons and various automated bots, deep into the darkness of an abandoned mining tunnel on horseback. Although they encountered Elas along their way, all were turned to shreds the instant they poked their heads out of their wretched holes. Those feeble creatures stood no chance against such a massive force. Pavel is, however, quite pleased by the presence of Helots, since no world exists wherein these creatures could coexist with humanity. The presence of such a horde alone indicates that the objective had likely never been discovered by someone else. I see. An abandoned mining tunnel, rock just hazardous. You can certainly keep the most suicidal idiots from wandering into here. Boss, these sources are incredible. They even come with built-in radiation sensors and emergency evasion systems. They were designed as frontline military hardware. Features like those are a given. No. Brother, those features were specifically added by Big Sis Liushih because she worried about everyone's safety. Even as Dad's magnum opus, they only became such gentle steeds because everyone in the Cavaliers kept testing and improving upon what Dad started. Well, I understand that you value loyalty and friendship, but it's time for you to let go of those dolls and the winged Cavaliers. Even if we did nothing, those two wouldn't last long in today's world, not with that naivety. There are only two things you can put your trust in, family and power. Don't listen to him. Wrong. Wrong on both accounts, actually. While Pavel is lecturing Viola, the recon team reports back with an update. Several dolls leading a crowd are rapidly approaching room 6 o'clock. Pavel is baffled. He didn't expect Liushih and Jisoo to allow these men to charge into what effectively is certain death. After quickly weighing his options, he gives a hand signal. Set up an ambush along the outer perimeter. Wipe them out. Don't let anyone inside. Piece of cake, boss. You know, I keep wanting to give this guy the piece of cake, boss. Just don't forget about the overtime pay. That kind of voice. Of course, I'll triple the bonus. Who would have shot the president for that kind of money? I'll get you going, Rickies. Because it's always the one guy. It's always the same guy. Same as automatons, we'll take your orders from now on. But if combat losses exceed 30% as per our contract, you'll be liable for compensation. So don't expect any bonuses if that happens. It's just a dozen winged cavaliers without their steeds. Relax, we won't get your toys damaged. Indeed, Miss Liushih, you may hold more wealth than I'd ever have. But you don't understand how to use humans. More importantly, you don't know when it's time to discard them and to do so without hesitation. And here's music from the first game again. They're here! Everyone fall back behind cover. You should not have failing, Jisoo. I'm counting on you. No problem, you focus on commanding. The forces of chaos may outnumber us, but the power of courage and friendship are on our side. Hark, for victory shall prevail for the forces of good. If we stand to win, the casualties will be severe. The enemy still holds an overwhelming numerical advantage despite reinforcements from Cliffwatch Town. As the issue, as discussed earlier, we need to hold position until the airborne beacon arrives. Until then, preventing them from retreating back into the tunnel is all you need to do. Please try drawing as many of Mr. Pavel's men and mechanical units into the open as possible, especially the Sangus machines, the more the better. Understood. Observing the commander's stratagems had always been a hobby of mine. Now the time has come for me to employ the very same tactics. Before Jisoo and I left Griffin, Professor Bersica once told me a certain possibility is blooming within the neural clouds of dolls who once served under the commander like you. Now it's time to put that possibility to the test. Okay, hold on, this is big! Excuse me. Return to me, internet. Return to me. So I can nuke everything. Oh no. This battle. It's so difficult. Whatever shall I do? Oh no. Let's blast that one.
早く命令しなさい。前進。訓練の成果ね。
I can just do her thing.
ハンデをあげる。前進。
Am I back? I really hope I'm back. My internet is suffering. This is not the time. Give me a second. Maybe I can improve this. There. Intense gunfire tears through the silent night. Muzzle flashes illuminating the dark mountain road with dim crimson glows. Despite their bolstered numbers and high morale, the lack of heavy weaponry and the absence of their steel steeds place the Cavaliers in a difficult spot. Only thanks to Liushih's pinpoint marksmanship, Phelan's high-risk hit-and-run maneuvers, and Liushih's deliberate positioning of the humans toward the rear that the front line even manages to hold. These idiots, get off the horse if you can't ride. What are you even doing? Now's not the time to rant. There are too many Sanguis units on the flank. We can't hold on any longer. Don't let them encircle us. The general's under fire. Go lend her a hand, Khan. Leave this to us. Jisoo nods and looks at Liushih's squad, currently enduring heavy bombardment from the front. In that moment, Liushih is still trying to draw enemy fire while covering her comrades, using precise shots to pick off approaching hostiles whenever the opportunity presents. Understood, you two hold the line. The hero would never fall to such paltry foe. Huh? Strategist, what are you doing? That's the number 3 on the commander's most That's the number 3 on the commander's most adorable poses tier list as ranked by dolls on board the Elma. What? Perhaps for the first time ever, Liushih stares at someone else with a look of utter confusion that is usually reserved for when others look at her. Fetuja stands fully upright and gazes at the canopy above, her feet together, both arms raised sky high at an angle. Liushih watches blankly until a bullet knocks Fetuja to the ground, snapping the doll back to her senses with a squeal. Fetuja, what are you doing? Testing the signal. The beacon should be here any second now. Can Nixie cease the distractions? Didn't I tell you before that you couldn't control those Sanguis machines because your clearance level was too low? Why are you bringing that up now? Put me in the pilot seat already. Little Foxy there is about to get overrun. Helen's doing fine. You should start trusting your comrades more, you know. You're the odd one here, Nixie. After I took over several Sanguis machines myself, I realized that the problem wasn't that your clearance level was too low, but rather the designation of sweeper simply does not exist in their database. In other words, they saw you as just another machine running the OGA's protocol, nothing more. So strictly speaking, you were never officially part of Sanguis Ferry. What? Oh my, Nixie, always rambling about Sanguis this and Sanguis that. My, how could we let such fervent proclamations be fictitious? So up next, I'm going to directly inject the existence of Sweeper into their mind. You can do that? With the Bacon's massive bandwidth and everyone aboard the Elmo helping out. Yes, don't believe me? Just watch. Having completed her overclocking instantly, Fetuja sends a powerful pulse that every doll present could sense rippling across the battlefield. Suddenly all machines utilizing Sanguis technology freeze in place. Scouts fall out of the sky while Agites laying down suppressive fire suddenly stop moving. Following several seconds of uncanny silence, they slowly turn toward Fetuja. In that very moment, Fetuja hands control of the body over to Sweeper. Now, my dear Nixie, it's showtime. She lifts her head and sees the Sanguis automatons kneeling reverently like subjects before a monarch. Even one of Pavel's mercenaries being sent tumbling from his steed by taking a shot to the knee doesn't elicit a reaction in them. Sweeper steps forward, glances over the kneeling Sanguis subjects, then flashes a cryptic smile. Fetuja, you truly know what pleases my heart so. What's wrong with that Sanguis Ferry garbage? Figures shouldn't have trusted outdated junk to begin with. And these horses, why is their performance so... What good is performance if you can't use it well? Okay. The mercenary hastily draws his pistol only to be kicked flying in an instant after Super easily closed the distance. Belle moves like a waltz dancer, effortlessly weaving through the hail of bullets as she knocks the mercenaries off their steeds one after another. Just as the other mercs attempt to rush into support, they suddenly find themselves like fish in a barrel as their entire Sanguis 40 force has turned their weapons on their former allies. Got good news and bad news. The bad news is your heads will be rolling immediately should you not surrender. And the good news? Super tilts her head and smiles innocently. The good news is the horsies are pretty cute, so they'll be... What, so they'll be spared? I think that's what she said. Dang it, if only you were still here, Ju. I think you would have loved that whole sequence. Also, I hope Chaos is okay. I think she might have gone to sleep. Yeah, Split's probably still lurking. After capturing Pavel's subordinates and shutting down most of Sanguis automatons against Super's will, the Dolls proceed deeper into the mine, flanked by only 2 Aegis units. According to the POWs, Pavel has barely any guards with him, but there's no telling what trouble he might still stir up inside OKB. One may so easily lose their heads in such a treasonous maze. For that I say follow in the hero's steps and turn right at every crossroad. No need for that, I'll keep track. Liushih, permission to open fire the moment we make contact. Open fire. They're our enemy now. They also did terrible things to Jisoo, didn't they? Yes. General, Liushih, what's wrong? I think she's keeping something to herself. Is it Viola? To face a former comrade on the battlefield, to have to make the order for their lives, is a choice none ordinary folk can make. However, heed this well. No matter what you choose, Foxmaiden and I will have your back. Say, throw Pavel to the umpire and let justice be his arbiter. Justice? There's no such thing in the yellow zones. While I do despise betrayal, had Viola not stepped in, I would have lost all the precious memories I shared with everyone. So as long as we can stop them from making further mistakes and get Diluc back, there's no need to worry about my feelings on the matter, Liushih. That's how you weak things get trampled over. Someone like that will only come back and backstab you if they're spared. You need to rip out the problem completely, roots and all, if you wish to protect those who follow you. Yeah, I really need to consider how to deal with Mr. Pavel and Viola. Liushih ponders. In the past, whenever bandits were caught, she usually handed them over to the local leader. Punishments differ from place to place, and the Yellow Zones as a whole have neither time nor resources to waste on humanitarian considerations. Thus, hard labor, or execution, usually awaits the convicted criminals. But the actions that Pavel took against the Winged Cavaliers would be a difficult arbitration for the mayor, given both sides' military strength is far greater than that of Cliffwatch Town. Of course, the Winged Cavaliers are undoubtedly the victims, be it to get back at him or to rid herself of a potential threat. Liushih has every right to shoot Pavel dead on the spot. But could that really be considered justice? Just as Jisoo told Dushubnaya, justice is an obsolete concept in the Yellow Zones. There is no agreed upon definition of what justice is, only one's own beliefs. Can I really make the call? Had Dushubnaya and I not chased after Diluc recklessly, maybe the outpost wouldn't have fallen. How's that even your fault? Pavel was right. I was never trained to be a leader, nor am I too bright when it comes to schemes and minor manipulations. But only made it this far through sheer luck and imitating what the commander did. Do I really have the right to determine someone else's fate? Liushih, sorry for shouting such discouraging words at a time like this. Liushih shakes her head, saying to everyone that she's made up her mind. At the very least, she understands that she shouldn't shake everyone else's resolve at a time like this. But the bewilderment that renders her heart asunder stays her feet. Before she realizes, Liushih has fallen behind the group. Suddenly, one of the 2 Aegis units turns toward her and poses a question filled with concern. Feeling lost? Yeah. She answers with her eyes glued to the floor. Who was she even speaking to? She hadn't the mind. For some reason, she felt herself unravel upon hearing that voice. Words, feelings, thoughts that she couldn't even muster the courage to speak aloud to her longtime partner Jisoo. They all left her lips. That was never a remarkable thought to begin with. I only came to Cliffwatch Town in search of the commander and only assumed leadership following memories of how he led us back in Griffin. But haven't you done an excellent job so far? Nothing I achieved was particularly special. All I've done this whole time was merely chasing his shadow. Whenever I ran into trouble, I always thought to myself, what would he have done if he were here? That's how I've made it this far. But I'm not him after all. I lack his composure when faced with despair, so I'll probably never escape my own cowardice. Upsetting, isn't it? Yeah, very, very upsetting. And I still had the commander to rely on. I never imagined that I would one day struggle with something like this. As she turns her gaze to the Aegis beside her, revealing a rare expression of vulnerability. She seems to have completely forgotten this model of Aegis is not even equipped with a neural cloud capable of conversation. Which means someone was obviously remote controlling it in order to speak through it. She was beside herself with hesitation, without the mind to even consider such a notion. Indeed, it was insignificance incarnate in the face of the enthralling comfort she felt reverberating within her neural cloud then and there. So what did it matter? There's no person on earth who doesn't struggle with such things. The more one shoulders, the stronger that fear becomes. It's the same for everyone. Even the commander. Liushih sounds a little disgruntled. She doesn't want to hear anything negative about him. Even objective words feel 1,000 times more offensive than insults directed at herself. She just stares at the ages and gradually registers the unease she should have felt from the get-go. You're... There's no such thing as a decision that's 100% correct. A decision made means innumerable unmade. Terrifying, no? In such times, finding the right path requires you to rely on others, be it your companions, the information you hold, or even your faith in yourself. Say, imagine you do not fight back against Pavel. Then this place, the Cliffwatch town, might become nothing but a factory producing Sanguis war machines. Here, consider another possibility. Kill Pavel. Would that solve the problem? Or the conglomerate send someone even worse? I guess you're right, Commander. Finally, Liushih can feel warm tears welling up in the corners of her eyes. That tattoo had always been a deeply buried anchor securing her neural cloud, a shining beacon that guided her through countless cold nights. The thing. It's really you, right? I'm not dreaming, right? Yeah, it's me. Long time no see. I'm sorry, Commander. After all this time apart, I wanted you to see what I've become, that I've become a doll capable of standing on her own. But now I'm... No need to apologize, Liushih. Listen to me first, alright? I've read a lot about Cliffwatch Town, as well as the Wayne Cavalier's every deed. You figured out the proper way to help people of the Yellow Zones before me. You weren't imitating anyone. You found the right path through your own means. That's honestly incredible. Commander, that's not the case. I still doubt myself all the time. To be without doubt is folly. It would never be a sign of weakness. In fact, it only goes to show how deeply you treasure your companions. Regrettably, such struggles will always exist. Commander, have you also struggled with these things? Don't tell me that you think you're the only one who ever questioned whether you hold the right to dictate the other's fate. So when you struggled in the past, have I ever served as a source of strength for you? Can't even begin to count how many times I drew strength from all of you. It's entirely why I'm still moving forward today. Then, can I count on you to be my strength now? I'll do everything I can. And she takes a deep breath. By the time her head is raised again, the confusion that plagued her eyes is all but dissipated, replaced by an unwavering determination. The person who gave her guidance 10 years ago will once more give her a reason not to falter. That's all I needed to hear. I believe in myself just as I believe in what my commander said. Despite doubt and fear, determined, we press on. Right after the dolls break through the door that Pavel went through earlier, the surrounding space suddenly brightens up. Evidently, Pavel had just restored the power. The dolls gaze upon the vast interior of the former NSU secret facility. Scattered throughout are enormous industrial pieces of equipment, along with the wreckages of century robots. Master was right, most of the machinery here was sealed away before it could be relocated. This is child's play compared to real Sanguis fairy forges, but I guess it's better than whatever the doll community's got. Mr. Powell went through all that trouble to seize Dilu just to find this place. It's only 40 clicks out from Cliffwatch Town. Strange I'd never heard anyone mention this place. The NSU built a dozen secret sites exactly like this one after World War III. They were to be centralized and protected shelters for operation, research and development, and medical personnel. Those who worked in this one most likely lived in Cliffwatch Town. After this site got abandoned and its original staff reassigned, the empty buildings above were discovered and occupied by vagrant squatters, though not anybody even knew about this site by then. They should have were baffled when we first arrived in Cliffwatch Town as well. Everyone living there had migrated from elsewhere. No one knew about the town's origins. We just thought the original residents were all killed by Eli's or bandits. Just thought they just moved out. Liushih, I found Dilu's hoofprints. They lead further in. Alright, stay vigilant everyone. Mr. Pavel is a formidable opponent. So don't let your guard down. News of all his subordinates being taken prisoner and the complete destruction of his corpo-backed Sanguis formation reaches Pavel. Such an overwhelming sense of defeat leaves a searing mark deep in his heart as if he had been branded. Unfortunately, he still has the intoxicating dream of the imminent promised victory to dull the burning pain from that whiplash. Pavel turns his attention back to the terminal before him. After multiple long-winded restart attempts, he and Viola finally succeed in awakening a decade-old machine from its slumber, restoring most of the factory's functions. During their hasty evacuation, the Soviets left more in OKB Smolin than just the Pegasus and the machinery. There are also several combat mechs that were never completed or couldn't be relocated. But putting those to use would normally require an operator. Pavel has his own ways of harnessing their power. As such, when Dahl's encroaching footsteps echo in the distance, Pavel mounts daily with an almost delighted smile. He turns to his younger sister and removes the pendant hanging from his neck. Viola, take this. I just transferred all the valuable data into the key. But brother, this is... I will win this, but if something happens to me, hand this key over to that person. They'll ensure your safety on account of the intel inside it. Brother! Let's just leave, brother. What could be more important than saving Dad? It's not that simple, Viola. That Rorik Gerard with whom I struck a deal is already dead. No one can guarantee that the conglomerate will still honor his promises. And no one can guarantee that Dada can really buy our old man his freedom either. You know why. You know why. And you must now face the consequences, Jew. That's why Chris and Sweet Pea are mad at you. But we've worked so hard for this. That's exactly why we cannot let all our efforts go to waste. LKB Small is in much better shape than I expected. This place holds enormous potential. I can easily build the most formidable private military in the Yellow Zones within 5 years if I can control this place. Excuse me. When that time comes, I'll have the right to bargain with anyone I choose. Did I say I wanted to be a player, not a pawn? What I'm doing is to seize the dice with my own hands while leaving you with our last lifeline. But that means fighting Big Sis Liushih and Jisoo until the bitter end. Then they have only themselves to blame. I already spared their lives once, yet they refused to back down and even chased us all the way here. Same story with Griffin a decade ago. That Griffin Lions used Dad and others as stepping stones to the heights he enjoys today. The only thing left to us is this factory right in front of our eyes. I will never let Griffin Dolls, our enemies, take this place from me. Dad would have agreed with me. I checked earlier. The self-destruct system is still in working order, but there's only one way out. Using our key. You must survive, Viola. You're the only person who cannot die today. You can't either, brother. Why does it have to come to this? Big Sister and Jisoo are good people. I know you like them, Viola. You're too kind for this world. You won't last long in the Yellow Zones like that. We've already saved enough money. Go live in the Green Zone after this. I don't like those dolls. I just can't live without you. Don't worry. I'm only saying this so you can understand my resolve, Viola. I'm not going to lose in the first place. Because not even Miss Liushih knows the true power of this Pegasus. Pavel tilts his head and stares at the approaching dolls. The other steps forward, shielding Viola behind her. The girl glances at Jisoo apologetically before lowering her head. You know, when I was just a kid, I knew jack about my parents' identities or ideals, but I loved playing games and dreamed of becoming a hero. I got obsessed for a while with becoming a military contractor. Thought it was the coolest job ever. It's all about freedom, justice, helping people out, and playing with guns whenever you want. Sounds like that last part was what mattered most. It was then that I learned about Griffin. Funnily enough, I always saw you as heroes, even though Griffin's most outstanding units consisted entirely of dolls and their commander. I still found it completely fascinating. That admiration lasted so long that even after learning about you driving General Carter to his downfall, I never developed much hatred toward Griffin, even despite my parents being his subordinates. It's just, I never expected the one standing in my way to still be that same Griffin. Are there really no more heroes left in this world? There's still room for talk between us, Mr. Pavel. I can help you save your father. No, there isn't. You must hand everything over to the conglomerate. Only when they start using the tech discovered in LKB Smolin will my father get his appeal and eventually be released. Besides, while I don't hate your kind, I despise you specifically, Liushih. Me? This man ain't normal. Who the hell would hate a generous sugar mommy? Because despite possessing all the wealth a man could ever desire, this doll still pursues ideals humanity has long since abandoned. It's as if she's screaming into my ears that the world itself isn't hopeless and doomed, but rather it is I who became scarred, rotten to the core. If you truly wish to help us, then please just turn around and leave. Can you do that, Miss Liushih? I could even beg you, please, let me choose my own path. Unfortunately, Mr. Pavel, I can't go along with that this time. Your path would only bring misfortune to Kofwatch Town and make life in the Yellow Zones even more agonizing. If you alone had chosen to walk that path, I would have gladly let you see what awaited at its end. However, there are others with you. And as the commander's Tito, I can't just stand by and watch. Of course you'd say that. No matter how many times people like you will always say that. I will defeat you and put a stop to your plan, Mr. Powell. But that doesn't mean I hate you. There will be many more like you, standing before me and the commander, enemies with their own bitter grievances. I'll defeat every single one of you and keep moving forward, feeling neither hatred nor regret while doing so. Because I won't let people like you dictate who I am. Pavel stares in disbelief at the doll before him. She has become a completely different person than before. Realizing he can no longer shake her resolve, Pavel switches to his other approach. Pegasus. A steel steed's eyes glow blood red. Almost simultaneously, the surrounding mechs spring back to life, raising their barrels at the dolls. An aura befitting of the final boss. I'm so hyped! It's not time. Give us cover. Didn't expect Dilu can control more than just the steel steeds. Did the military manage to reverse engineer the Sangus Hive Might network? I told you, the Pegasus isn't your average walker. It's got everything a command platform would need. Designed to be issued to elite dolls with full-on command modules, a true force multiplier on the battlefield. Every weapon still operational in this factory is under its control now, and there are quite a few of them. With the Pegasus, I don't need anyone by my side to wage a war. Just a little longer, Dilu, and we'll bring you home. These machines may be relics now, but they were still built for warfare. Don't get ahead of yourselves, everyone. Don't you worry, War Master and I will simply unleash another combination attack to put an end to all this. Mr. Pavel is taking direct control of all the mechs through Pegasus. Their firepower will be overwhelming. Please be careful. I'm almost done. My throat is killing me, but I'm almost done. There's so much pressure. It's better nothing less of an awakened battle steed. That entrance was truly worthy of our last boss. Mr. Pavel's using Pegasus. I'm taking command of all units' fire control systems. The incoming barrage is going to be very dangerous, everyone be careful. As much as I'd like to do something fancy, I don't have time. So just nuke them. Here, Fituja, go ult. Full-on combat mechs and armored vehicles aren't something rifle bullets can stop. Although they aren't fully stocked with ammunition, a single hit with their main armament is enough to tear any doll's frame to pieces. Despite this being Pavel's first time commanding through Dilu, he's clearly undergone extensive prior training and his control over her is far from clumsy. Unfortunately, Pavel himself remains the weakest link in his plan despite his efforts. Doll's movement is simply too fast for the human eyesight, reflexes and input speed, all of which are unquestionably holding Dilu back. Super is the first to seize the opportunity. She dodges Dilu's suppressive fire, closes in on Pavel before bringing down her blade. Although the energy shield briefly blocks her strike, the residual force shield tears open Pavel's sleeve, making Viola scream in panic. As you said, this thing was designed for dolls, us elite Sangus fairy dolls specifically. Your meatbag processing speed is nothing but dead weight. Should I teach you how modern warfare works? Come on, Nixie, don't remind him. Oh, so you're telling me to let Pegasus handle all this? Didn't even think about it, I'm more than enough to deal with the likes of you. Well, you don't trust those machines not to hurt your little sister in auto mode, eh? That's right, autonomous bots don't give... Hold on, I got a ping. In about Sorry. Grab at her safety. One stray bullet and she's D-E-A-D dead. What's this, Pavel? Afraid that might happen. Terrified, aghast even. This girl's definitely reliable, but why does she sound so Sangus fairy? She's through, climbs atop a Hydro mech and continuously fires into its vulnerable joints, rendering it immobile. Liushih then rips off its main cannon and fires at the autonomous AFV, pursuing Liushih, with herself thrown flying by the recoil. Ow, ow, ow. At least we've secured a weapon with real stopping power. What? Or master my legs, I can't feel them anymore. Yeah, just know if you dare to use my body as a sword again, you won't even find them attached to your body. It just got stuck under some rock. Get yourself out of there by yourself. Taking advantage of Pavel's inattention while controlling the mechs, Liushih grabs Dilu's reins. However, a doll's strength is no match for a machine renowned for her power, resulting in her being dragged along. Mr. Pavel, stop being so stubborn! You still have a chance to take Viola's hand. It's not over yet. As long as you're gone. As if realizing something, Pavel redirects all remaining firepower under his control at Liushih. Ironically, this act also exposes the weird sense of trust Pavel has in her. Because no matter what it came down to, the idea that Liushih is going to rope Viola into this has never once crossed his mind. In fact, he's almost certain that she will do everything in her power to draw the danger away from his little sister. It's only after inputting the command that this dawns on Pavel. His trust in this enemy has far surpassed his trust in himself. Dilu, halt! Out of ammunition, but still a machine of pure destruction nonetheless, the steel steed lunges forward, sending Liushih's body flying some 20-odd meters. Super tries to hold onto the reins as well, only to be thrown aside. Dilu charges recklessly at Liushih and lifts her front hooves high into the air. Staring at Liushih on the ground from the horseback, Pavel lets out a victorious roar. Brother, no! Liushih! Yasu rushes toward Liushih, but the scene that follows leaves everyone stunned. The steel steed suddenly freezes as though it has crashed. Her iron hooves suspend above Liushih without ever falling. Dilu's eyes flicker between red and blue and reflecting the struggle in her heart. Dilu, you still recognize me? Pegasus. Impossible. I have access to a space layer. My authority should be absolute. Dilu isn't just your weapon of war. She's our companion and family too. She slowly props herself back up. But acting under Pavel's persistent commands, Dilu ultimately stomps on the now standing doll. She could have easily avoided the fall thanks to the doll's reaction speed, yet she merely raises her hands to meet the steed's iron hooves. We're here, General. Liushih, hold on. Okay. A thunderous thud, but not from Liushih's body being crushed under. Her raised arms catch Dilu's legs, while Liushih, Phelan, and Jisoo join in to stop the steed's trample. Pavel notices Dilu's turning blue for longer than usual, all the while his control of the remaining combat mechs grows increasingly sluggish. Sorry. Pavel notices Dilu's turning blue for longer than usual, while his control of the remaining combat mechs grows increasingly sluggish. Pavel, you need to leave now. Realizing that his defeat is imminent, Pavel only orders Dilu to break free from the entanglement, sending the sweeper 30 meters up into the ceiling with a powerful kick from the hind legs. With more and more mechs down or destroyed, Liushih clings to Dilu's neck tightly. Pavel points his gun at Liushih, only for Dilu to defy him, constantly keeping herself in line and refusing to give him a clear shot. In the middle of all the chaos, Pavel glances at Viola to check whether she escaped this mess, only to see her running toward the factory terminal, inserting both encryption keys at once. Stop all of this now! With the interface showing 7 mechs still connected to Pegasus Mark 1, Viola practically screams as she slams her fist onto the controls. Almost immediately, the rampaging combat mechs cease their activity. Viola, what are you doing? I'm saving my stupid brother. Don't think I won't spank you later just because of this. Enough, Miss Sweeper. It's all right. Gently strokes Dilu's forehead before lifting her gaze at Pavel. Mr. Pavel, you have neither lost nor won, but your war is over. Sure looks like it. It's by the ideals we followed, the students and successors we fostered, or the masterpieces we poured our hearts and souls into creating, the Smolin family is destined to be betrayed. Even my own little sister had to let me taste what it's like to be betrayed by family. Pavel lets out a deep sigh as he looks around. Surrounded from every direction by dolls, he can no longer put up any meaningful resistance. You've won. But I'll have you know that, even as the winner, you can't win everything. The bewilderment in Pavel's eyes twists into a desperate resolve stripped of all hope in an instant. He rapidly inputs a command into his terminal. What again? What's that guy doing? Oh, what's that I'm trying to do now? Brother. Or it's just the Mark 1 self-destruct protocol. At the very least, that command is engraved into its base layer, a last-ditch failsafe that can never be altered or overruled. The Smolin family has been crossed way too many times throughout my life. If even my own little sister's going to sell me out, then my father's creation will at least retain its dignity until the very end. No, but Pegasus is Dilu is Big Sis Liushih's friend. And my friend. Following the command's input, Dilu's core starts emitting a blinding red light and piercing alarm echoes throughout. Now move aside! Now that he has decided to end it all, Pavel no longer intends to harm anyone else. He rides Dilu forward, then slides off her back while the horse continues forward, allowing him to be captured. Jisoo, take Viola and Pavel out of here. What are you doing? Liushih. Liushih. Amid everyone's shocked gasps and cries, Liushih shows no intent of letting Dilu go. She charges at Dilu galloping away, and with all her strength grabs the reins and leaps onto her back. Liushih! Jisoo shouts, intent on stopping Liushih, but it's already too late. Blinding white light engulfs everyone's visual sensors, and the dolls can only watch as Liushih is swallowed whole by the radiance. Dilu, do you still remember who your master is? Liushih's whisper is completely devoid of her usual gentleness. The commanding authority in it feels so imposing that even Jisoo finds it uncanny. Amidst the blinding radiance, Jisoo realizes that something within Liushih has just changed. She still is Jisoo's best friend and the leader of the Winged Cavaliers, but at the same time she's no longer the Liushih that she used to be. By the time everyone finally reopens their eyes, they see Dilu turned around, docilely carrying Liushih back, and they see Pavel wearing an expression of utter shock. Vela cries out and rushes to her brother, already kicked to his knees by Sweeper. He dazedly, spreads his arms open for an embrace, only to be slapped across his face before being kicked in the shin and knocked to the ground by his little sister. Look like she's had enough of you for a long time. I understand where Mr. Pavel came from. Dilu's already a member of our family. Even as her creator's son, I can't allow you to harm her. In a familiar chuckle, Jisoo glances at Liushih again. Does her best friend even realize what just happened? Seeing the genuine relief and gentle smile on Liushih's face after all the burden has been lifted from her shoulders, Jisoo decides she'll ask another time. At least for now, the Winged Cavaliers have overcome another obstacle, and it's finally time for everyone. Dang it. Hold on. Give me a second. For everyone to take a good break. I'm barely holding on, but I hope I can speed a run through the last one. poking with fire. Just like that, the incident comes to a rather unexpected conclusion. While they've just fought a battle of life and death, everyone once again finds hope for the coming future on this festive evening. Oh, jeez. Now decorated with lanterns and lights, the Winged Cavalier's outpost is warmed by a bonfire burning at its center, driving away the chill of the winter night. In a corner far from the crowd sits a lonely figure completely out of place with a lively atmosphere. But does it hurt here? I'm fine. Knowing my little sister can actually hit that hard actually makes me feel relieved. Viola sits beside Pavel, carefully tending to the wounds on his head. Like he said, most of these injuries were Viola's handiwork. Enraged by her brother's stubbornness, Viola completely lost herself while beating him up. Then Sweeper stepped in to stop her in the end. It's said that to thank everyone who came to help, Liushih brought every last bit of food and alcohol she could find for this feast. What a bunch of weirdos. But you need to take a good look at yourself. We'd be dead a dozen times if it weren't for their mercy. To point fingers at the victor's kindness will have you see Karma's wrath one day. That's right, you have grief. I'm still itching to send you to your maker, you know. And don't think we're over just yet. You even tried to kill our adorable little Dulu after causing all this trouble. Everyone, approaching the siblings, are Viola's former companions along with the dolls who helped resolve the incident. The girl shamefully lowers her head under the two cavaliers' scrutinizing gaze. Well, count yourself lucky, because the boss said, at least for tonight, she hopes everyone can share a meal happily together. Viola looks gratefully toward Luca and Ivana. She understands perfectly well that she can never return to the Winged Cavaliers again, but the fact that they're willing to tolerate her presence at all is overwhelmingly redemptive to her. She covers her eyes and lets tears roll down her face. Looking at her crying sister, Pavel slowly raises a hand, only to helplessly drop it in the end. He then looks at the Cavaliers whom he once saw as enemies, many with injuries far worse than his. The whole day, Pavel has been waiting in the same spot, waiting to see whether someone would come and beat him up, perhaps even end his life. But all that waiting was for nothing. Thanks. In that moment, a steaming bowl of dumplings is suddenly held for him. Here you go, O Demon King. Ye who was lost and now found. Huh? What's this? A magical sustenance said to restore friendship once consumed. Following ancient Eastern legends, it bestows one with might to drive away the chill in men's broken bonds. Even fallen stones who succumb to the darkness may find a lingering trace of warmth in its deliciousness. So please enjoy. What? Who set your dialogue difficulty so high? Have some, brother. Basically, she saved these for us. After everything I did? She said no matter which side someone's on, nobody deserves to greet the future on an empty stomach. Reflections, admitting fault, accepting punishment, all of that can wait until after you've eaten. That's the human way of handling things. I tried to do terrible things and failed. I tried to give up on everything and failed too. I'm just a loser. You don't need to fail my future with failure with goodwill. But Pavel awkwardly accepts the bowl and stares at the dumplings. Viola gently rests her head against his shoulders. I don't think wanting to save Dad is wrong, brother. Big Sis Liushih said the human she admires and respects the most once told her no wrong method could ever lead to the right path. Let's start over, brother. Let's find a way to save Dad that everyone can be proud of, and let's make our lives a little happier, alright? Is that even possible? Faced with his sister's innocence, Pavel can't help but laugh bitterly. People like Liushih and Jisoo are far and few between in this world. No one understands better than him just how much darkness and cruelty lurks in the parts of the world that Viola has never seen. He also knows all too well that he himself is part of that cruel world. But in this very moment, he can't help but ask himself just how many more excuses is he going to make. Having come this far, do he and Viola still have what it takes to walk the right path? Would they even be allowed to tread it? Would they be accepted? Suddenly, Pavel realizes what he's feeling is hope. The sensation is unbelievably real, just like the tormentuous flames spreading in his mouth right now. Brother, are you okay? Someone added something to these dumplings. Must be Dushav's 5 million SHU capsaicin capsules. She said whoever gets these are in for a bright future. Congratulations, brother. Why are you crying? Are you okay? Wait, don't wipe all your tears and snot on me. Alright, I get it, brother. You've worked hard all this time. Let's start over from the beginning. Watching the scene in the distance unfold, Petunia opens to a fresh page in our new diary. Despite all the conflict, struggle, humans and dolls, enemies and friends can still sit together and share food. Is this what reconciliation means to humans? Absolutely fascinating. By fascinating, you mean letting two high-risk subjects free roam the outpost? I'd have those two locked up ages ago. Though I don't really want to admit it, I kind of agree with Super on this. Liushih, is this really okay? Even if Pavel's behaving himself now, what if he tries to use Dealer to cause a scene again in the future? It's alright, Jisoo. I believe that Dilu is no longer a tool for anyone to control at will. Why? Because Dilu managed to disobey her base layer self-destruct command. A decision born from memories one she somehow made on her own. For the past 10 years, she lived alongside everyone and safeguarded us on our journey. Those memories have since turned into her own will. Just like how the commander granted us freedom through the agreement which allowed us to break free of the confines imposed on dolls and let us create values beyond our design, I believe that if Mr. Pavel sticks around Dilu a little longer, he'll eventually understand why Dilu changed the way she did. But Liushih, you must have done something to help Dilu break her chains, right? Me? No way. Jisoo, you must be seeing things. No, I saw it with my own 2 eyes. You clearly... Jisoo suddenly cuts herself off after noticing the siblings looking over. Seeing Liushih rise to her feet, she lets out a quiet sigh and walks up with her. Mr. Pavel, Violet, did you have a good time? If there's anything you want to taste, Jisoo will try her best to cook it. Instead of that, I heard you're not planning to punish us. Punish? By punishment, Mr. Pavel, do you mean proper disciplinary actions through legal proceedings and sentencing? You know what I mean. Since the incident was entirely between you and the Wind Cavaliers, the mayor gave me the authority to judge. I've discussed this with Jisoo. At the end of the day, we're technical dolls, not lawyer dolls with legal modules. And we're not planning to insult any in the near future. I didn't even know that was a thing. So we don't intend to do anything. That's just an excuse. If the 2 of you have reconciled, your Cavaliers still have grievances of their own. Although we're the ones making the decision, we never told everyone else what they should or shouldn't feel or do. Everyone. But they've all accepted this arrangement nonetheless. At least that's the energy I got from them. Mr. Pavel, you and Viola deceived the Winged Cavaliers out of self-interest, causing major losses and injuries. That much is fact. But we've also learned about the hardships you and Viola endured, and up to this point, no Cavalier has lost their life due to your actions, so everyone has decided not to seek revenge for their grievances against you, for now. This is your second chance at life. Please grasp it well. Bixus Jisoo. I'm sorry. Mila bows her head down before the 2 dolls and starts weeping uncontrollably. I always envied you, resented you, even though I knew it wasn't right. I still took out my pain on you. Everyone in the Cavaliers cared so much about me from the very beginning, yet I... See if I really like this, Jisoo reaches out and gently pats her on the head. Then make sure to apologize to everyone too, okay? Yes, I definitely will. I'll do my best to redeem myself. Watching his sister with a convoluted expression, Pavel realizes the doll's gazes have shifted toward him. He smiles awkwardly, then nods at the 2 dolls. I hope to go back with Viola after accepting your arrangement. Even without the conglomerate's help, recovering materials related to my father from OKB Smolin could still result in potent evidence. I'll find a way to fight for our father's exoneration. Then we'll move somewhere quiet and live the rest of our lives peacefully. That sounds like a good plan. As she goes on, Liushih passes a black bundle to Pavel. This is travel expenses, as well as documents prepared for you by our acquaintance from Griffin. According to the commander's brilliant and beautiful friend currently vacationing aboard the Elmo, Dr. Smolin's case involved 5 high-ranking officials within the URNC. OKB Smolin was but one small, inconvenient chapter of their past for 3 of them, a past that they'd rather keep hidden. I know you're incredibly rich, but how could you possibly gain access to intel at the upper ranks of the URNC? That's just the extent of our commander's influence. How terrifying this individual known as the Tomato Emperor must be. Besides that, there's also a business card inside the package. Among our former comrades, one has become an extremely successful lawyer. That card belongs to her. She has yet to lose a single case to this day. I need to know who that is. You can go find her if you need any help. Former Griffin doll who gained freedom becoming a lawyer? Hard to believe that commander of yours was willing to let such a competent doll go free. That's the commander's charm, not something you people could ever imitate. I don't plan to continue as an underground broker, I also don't like owing too many favors. Bill retrieves 2 intertwined pendants from his pocket and hands them to Jisoo. Our parents left those for Viola and me, each representing their respective access authorities. Together they unlock everything within OKB Smolin. You can retrieve all the data you need with them, including activation codes for the production lines. Consider this my repayment for your referral and travel funds, I guess. Are you sure? Aren't these what Viola treasured the most? That's exactly why I want to entrust them to you, Big Sis. Brother and I have already decided to start over. Even without those, family is still family. If they could make the Winged Cavaliers' lives just a little easier, I'd feel better about myself too. This is too. Hands over another item to Liushih, a booklet. The doll frowns after receiving it. These numbers are all intel nudges that I've amassed over the years in the Yellow Zones. Include inside are details on the conglomerate spooks embedded throughout various settlements, as well as hidden weapon caches. Everything that I've accomplished as an underground broker, along with all the plans and secrets currently being carried out by the conglomerate. Wait a minute, aren't those extremely sensitive materials? I initially kept it for Viola in case the conglomerate no longer needed me, hoping they'd be wary about the information inside getting leaked, but now please hand this over to the Tomato Emperor for me. This should help him understand how the conglomerate controls the Yellow Zone. Commander. I don't know what he's really trying to accomplish, nor whether he'll succeed, but many of the things recorded in this booklet will easily get people killed. If you don't like the sound of that, feel free to discard it. Understood. Then on behalf of the commander, I shall thank you for providing him with the invaluable information and supplies. But couldn't you hand it to him personally? I would definitely pay him a visit if I were to keep operating as a broker, but right now I need to take care of my father first. Once everything's settled, I'll find time to do that. Alright, that marks the end of my business here in the Yellow Zones. Beva bows his head at the two dolls. Unlike when facing the mighty head honcho of the Gerard group, this scene makes him feel at ease and almost too comfortable. But after lifting his head again, he makes another request that leaves Liushih slightly troubled. Pegasus was the name my late mother gave her. Although Dilu sounds nice too, would you mind calling her by that name as well, if only occasionally? Okay. And then Liushih's jaw dropped right there and then. She said she spent 3 whole nights coming up with that name. That's nonsense, I did not! It is well past midnight and most others are fast asleep. But for some reason the 2 leaders of the Winged Cavaliers are gathered around the bonfire wearing radiant smiles together with an Aegis that doesn't even have a neural cloud. How sly of you, Commander, using a body like this to make video calls. I should have logged out by now, but Dandelion insisted she wanted to see the good food you lot were having. So you're abandoning us? Don't go, Commander, I'll buy you anything you want. That's not what I meant. Also, I think Liushih's drunk. Please take care of her for me, Jisoo. It was a big day. Come drink with us, would you? We've even got dumplings here. Say, I just told you, it's just a video call. You got drunk too? Delicious. You've both worked hard this time. We want to stand on the same battlefield as you. We can't remain as our old selves. For the past 10 years, Jisoo and I have always dreamed of the day when we could fight alongside you again, and that feeling hasn't changed in the slightest. Come, we work super hard. Praise us all you want. Don't hold back. Especially the Liushih. She changed a lot. She's got to be the Gryffindor who's grown the most over the years. Jisoo too. She's my one and only best friend. Even though we'd very much like to join you on board the Elmo immediately, the Winged Cavaliers and Cliffwatch Town still need us around, if only for a while longer. I'll keep the dolls around me and tilt the machine's camera up and down as a substitute for nodding. There's no need to rush. We're walking the same path, so sooner or later we will meet again. Until then, you can come aboard the Elmo anytime you want, and we'll make up for the 10 years we weren't able to spend together. Being able to share such a moment with you is already the greatest reward I could have asked for. And Commander, there's one more thing we would like to seek your guidance on. Solemn expression suddenly appears on Liushih's otherwise gentle and slightly dazed face, and I immediately catch on to the true intention behind this call. Okay, be Smolin, right? Yeah, we've had some internal disagreements. Some want to seal it away for good immediately, while others think we should investigate it first before planning our next steps. How do you think we should proceed, Commander? C. I do not answer immediately, given I've already pondered that myself. Fully preserved and operational arms manufacturing plant of this scale shouldn't exist in the Yellow Zone. If the agency catches wind of someone holding such arms manufacturing capabilities, Cliffwatch Town and Liushih's Winged Cavaliers would be embroiled in major turmoil. So sealing away would certainly be the best source of action. On the other hand, the Yellow Zone's future does not look very optimistic. Even without Pavel's whistleblowing, Dandelion Level's intel has already shed light on the many meticulously planned conspiracies the conglomerate has been orchestrating from within the Area and Sea. Thus, there may come a time when people of the Yellow Zones will need to hide in potential buried within OKB Smolin. Let me read through Pavel's notes first. I don't want to make a decision before I've put together what he has to offer with my own understanding of the Yellow Zone's status quo. However, that facility is indeed extremely critical. Do everything in your power to maintain secrecy at the same time. Try investigating it thoroughly to ensure there are no hidden risks. Understood. That moment the Cavaliers cheers just suddenly erupt from the distant plaza. Plaza, you got 10 seconds before the fireworks show starts. It's Winged Cavaliers custom fireworks. Look, everyone. Khan, what are you doing over there? It's more fun with everyone around. If only Master was here too, that would be wonderful. That Sangus machine, isn't that... Here we go, Commander, Liushih, let's move. Alright, Commander, come with us. I appreciate the effort. You'll let the 2 dolls whom I finally reunited with lift me and carry me toward the crowd. Until the countdown ends, Luca and Ivana light the fuses together. The fireworks stream into the night sky before exploding brilliantly above Cliffwatch Town. The multicolors burst to illuminate the entire valley, casting a radiant glow across every upturned face. Give me a quick second. Beneath the dazzling fireworks, the girls all firmly believe that reunion is just around the corner. And when that day comes, it'll surely be a beautiful day filled with warm sunlight. Alpha. Task Force Defy communication number 7889, requesting connection. Go ahead. Regarding the upcoming Red Zone surveillance mission, Foemisian and I have confirmed the proceedings. We have no objections to the mission details. Our current hardware may limit operational efficiency. Is backup authorized? Who would you like to request? Her infiltration operation is nearing its conclusion. Feasibility of her withdrawing early and prioritizing this mission instead? Sorry, request denied. Reason being? We can't pull her out now precisely because the operation is entering its final stage. You understand her better than I do. Should the mission fail because of this, she'd become extremely troublesome to deal with, wouldn't she? Indeed. However, I do have another suitable candidate. She also happens to be an old friend of yours. No need to worry about her combat capability, you should be able to work great together. If that's the arrangement, I have no objections. Additionally, arriving along with the backup personnel would be a shipment of supplies. Supply? Is it protective equipment for the red zones? Not entirely. Considering the protracted tracking nature of this mission, a batch of lightweight wear has been prepared for emergencies. Lightweight wear? Although the reduced fabric coverage means they provide less protection than tactical suits, they become far more practical when infiltration into certain sensitive environments is necessary. Alas, violence can't solve every problem. In any case, you'll understand once you get your hands on them. Sure. The style of the clothing doesn't matter. As long as it ensures the mission smoothly proceeds, I won't object. However, really is as pragmatic as ever. Please remain on standby. I'll connect you to your new comrade next. Best of luck with the operation. Excuse me? What does that all mean? What's that all mean? Who were they talking to? Who are they talking of? And then who did they get switched over to? And then why is lightwear? Because lightwear sounds like it's swimsuit stuff. Stop doing this. OBS, please. Man, I should be able to deal with all of them.
早く命令しなさい。ご命令を。さっさと倒れたらどうだ。作戦終了。帰ろっか。
Almost died, but almost died. Beat the boss. Please just be a beat a boss one. Nope, it's a beat all of them.
ご命令を。
どうってことないわ。ハンデをあげる。
早く命令しなさい。
前進。
There we go.
404を敵に回したのが運の尽き。
Alright. Anyway, that's the end. So thank y'all for stopping by. I desperately need to sleep. I'll worry about the rest of this another time. Do gotta worry about this now though. And the chain long legs thing. Oh dang it. I could speedrun it, it's okay. Alright, anyway, thank you for stopping by. I'm gonna go ahead and go. So, yeah. Good night. See y'all. Peace. Bye.